what you hear.
Okay.
Back from I-25. Fox 31, pinpoint weather.
Mark, you did it. We have audio.
Highs in the low 50s. Overnight low of 25 degrees. Tomorrow, sunny again, a couple degrees warmer with a high of 54. The current temperature in Denver is 43 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Robert Half research indicates 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Their recruiting professionals use proprietary AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com today.
I'm so excited to share this flash sale today only from Zero Res. I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino. Get 2 rooms, 0.5, just $49. The best deal ever, but you must book today to schedule later. No soaps, no chemicals, safe for kids and pets, and you. Purified water, the best cleaning agent in nature, just $49. Carpets dry faster, stay clean longer. I call it really clean. ZeroResDenver.com. 303-471-5150.
Do you have great credit and are you good with your money? But you have almost 3 decades of mortgage payments left to pay. Then you need to learn about the Life Changer loan, where you pay 100% principal first. You can pay off in less than 10 years without changing your spending habit. Plus, you keep 24/7 access to your equity. As we say, not everyone has a Life Changer loan, but we guarantee everyone wants one. It's not magic. It's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Life Changer Loan Corp is a licensed Colorado mortgage company. NMLS 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
When he's not talking about it, he's tweeting about it.
Do you Twitter?
Follow the Troubleshooter at Real Tom Martino. And stay connected with all of Denver's talk station on Twitter.
Just give me your Twitter and I'll follow you.
Find us right now at 630 KHOW. Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website, Bills. That's Bills. Enter it now at KHOW.com. Inflation Salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. What's going on in your life today? This hour brought to you by waterpros.net, the best people at the lowest prices for water systems. Hey, get your good water for like $1,400 fully installed at the kitchen sink, or you can get one for around $1,000. You can get a whole house filter for $1,200 to do away with forever chemicals, or you can do one for around $3,000. I'm telling you, I love Water Pros. You will too. 303-862-5554. Also, I got to say this because, Mark, what were you going to say? You're perched.
Well, it's nice. It's nice to see you. I was wondering if you were still alive.
Well, you know what?
You've been in the Batcave for so
let
long.
Me out, and I got the nursing home studio. Joel usually goes there. Dr. Joel's with us from DenverRegen.com.
Hey, Tom.
Hey, man. So listen, this semaglutide compounding substance. It's the same drug that's in all of the brand names that people are paying $1,200-$1,500. You're doing it for $250, and Mark and I knew this was going to happen.
I think it's a wonder drug, man. I am not kidding. I didn't think I'd see anything like this in my lifetime.
Now, here's the thing, though. People have to learn from it. They can, in my opinion, the reason you go on is to learn and to try to eat differently.
Yes. What it does is it slows down your digestive process. And by doing so, it makes you hungry less of the time, and you wind up eating less calories. But over time, your body gets used to that, and you sort of are training your body to eat less.
You hope, yes. That's right. You got to.
So, it becomes almost like a subconscious ingrained process.
Now, you don't even have to think about it, but here's the other thing. I've heard people tell me that they don't give up any particular food, they just eat less.
Well, that happens, and that's not ideal.
Of course.
Ideally,
you learn how to eat right.
But, in an ideal world, diet and exercise would be all that anyone would need. But that's
and I
want
to tell people that just a little hint from me, just because being familiar with diet and nutrition in general, I think people should do a little herbal cleanse if they're going to use it. I'm serious. That's what I'm hearing from people.
Yeah, that wouldn't hurt.
Yeah. Anyway, then you don't have that, because sometimes it can cause some digestive or bowel issues. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So they're offering it for $250 a month. If you have questions, he's here. Now, I want to tell you something.
Ask you
no
about
matter
the
what,
needle.
hold on. There's a few people that said, they said a few things about, if it's compounded, it's not the same. It is the same. However, there are certain substances that might be a little different. But they're all semaglutide, and they end up as semaglutide. The other thing is, Ozempic and Wegovy do have other ingredients that a compounded one may not. The main deal is the semaglutide. That's all I wanted to say. Go
Hey,
ahead.
the needle. Explain this to people. You guys will show them how to take, what is it, a shot once a week?
Yes.
But
Mark,
it's not a
it's
shot like you're shooting into your vein,
Mark,
right?
it's a tiny muscular or belly
That's what
shot.
I was asking,
It's
a little
tiny,
one.
tiny.
It's an insulin needle. It's
Tiny.
really, really small.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's
Like
no
the
big
same
deal.
kind of thing, almost the same size needle they use like when they do a blood stick on your finger to just
Got it.
draw a little
It's
bit.
so
out.
tiny.
It's minuscule.
Anyway, so Diane needs help on an IRA. Hey, Diane, what's going on with you? By the way, our number, 303-MARTINO, is the main number you can reach 24/7. And then we clear that line, call you back if we're not here when you call. If you're here, it'll come right through. 303-627-8466. You can also call 303-713-8255. Diane, what's going on in your life?
Well, I've been trying to withdraw some IRA, some money from this IRA. And,
From what? What are you trying to withdraw from?
IRA.
The IRA I have.
You have an IRA, like an independent account. And did you call before? This sounds like a follow-up to me.
Yes.
Yeah, you have an
Yes,
IRA, and you said it was a REIT, right? It was a real estate investment trust. So you bought shares. And by the way, for those listening, if you buy shares of anything, whether it be a private note fund, a real estate investment trust, or any other kind of investment, if you buy these shares inside of your IRA or even in your regular investment account, you may not be able to liquidate them at will, or you may have to take a substantial loss, or not loss, but necessarily it may not be worth what you think it is, because you have to literally sell shares. Now, Diane, if you're truly informed when you make this investment, of course, it's considered a legit investment. But what happened with you? What's the follow-up here? Were you able to liquidate?
No.
And who did we give this to work on? Did I give
No,
this?
you're our friends over at Planning Center.
Retirement planning?
Yeah, she was going to send them the info, and they were going to eyeball
thank
it.
you. Did you ever get in touch with the Retirement Planning Center?
No, I just sent them the statement, and I haven't heard from them yet.
Oh, okay. I'll call them. So anyway, is that what you're calling about, to see if we found anything out?
Yeah, how do I withdraw any of this?
You're not going to be able to unless there's a market for it. However, there should be a market for it, is what I'm saying. I mean, I just can't believe that there would be no market at all for it. Did you contacted the administrator? Is that correct?
I contacted the broker in regards to
Okay. Could you also send us, hey, can you call Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies? Do you remember who you sent it to there?
No, not really.
I believe it was Josh.
Josh? Let's see if Josh can get back, if he saw Diane's statement. Diane, do you have it handy where you can send it to us too?
Yeah, I can send it to you.
I'm trying to find your, I don't know why I can't find your original call. How long ago did you call? Oh, Diana, here it is. Got it. I got it, dear. I got it. Okay.
One's kind of written on, but I mean...
Is your name Dinah or Diane?
Diane. Yeah, Diane.
Diane. Okay, I had it down wrong. Okay, Diane.
What are those REITs where you get unbelievable tax benefits, but they're in areas you're trying to clean up or restructure?
They don't have those anymore, but they were tax incentives for
I wonder if she's in something like that.
Well, she would have been able to get out of those, I'm pretty sure. But who used to tell us?
APO.
Yeah, they used
to. Opportunity Zone.
That's exactly right. Our common man's here today. We'll introduce him in a little while. But opportunity zones were really good, but I don't think that's it. We'll see by your statement, or see if Josh has an idea. Hold on, Diane. Also, see if she can send it to us as well. 303-713-TALK. Bob, hey, Bob, how are you? You have a comment on Ozempic. Go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, Tom, how you been, buddy? Haven't seen you for a while.
What's going on with you, sir?
Well, getting busy. My wife and I both, I did a pellet version of testosterone, but she got on the Ozempic. Both of us, the reason I got on testosterone is because of my metabolism.
Everybody as they get older, every man is going to need a bit of testosterone. Women are going to need a balance. And that's just normal, because we deplete our hormones, and it's natural to keep them optimized, not necessarily replaced, but optimized. So, Bob,
right? Together we have lost 150 pounds. Now you've seen.
Hold on? Did you use Ozempic, Bob?
My wife did. I did it by my testosterone. When my testosterone started working or getting normal, let's say that, I started losing weight.
That happens once in a while. It happens.
I went from 295 to 220.
Wow.
She went from 220 down to, she's 130 pounds.
What?
Yep. And I'm going to tell you what, Tom, this is a joke. I told her, honey, if you get too little, our personal relationship will suffer, because I won't want to break you.
Now, Bob, listen. Your wife, I'm telling you what, she must have increased her health. Did she have diabetes?
Nope. Thank God. But I will tell you, when you go from a size 16 to a size 4, which is what she was when we met, the mental health that it gave her is like a whole new person.
I know. Is she still on the drug?
Yes, but what they do to wean you off of it is they start reducing it. I will give an example. I used to be able to eat 2 Whoppers if I wanted, or 2, whatever. I can barely eat a hamburger now, which, it's changed how we eat. And our doctor, of course, said, you can eat what you want, but you really want to eliminate a lot of the bad stuff. But it does make you definitely cut your, like, you know, the old diet, cut your food in half, cut your food in half. It makes you where you just can't eat. You just don't want to eat that much anymore.
Yeah, I understand. Hey, Bob, as far as muscles, did she lose a lot of muscle mass?
No. She's, matter of fact, to be honest with you, she probably looks more, I don't want to say it, she probably looks more muscle built than she did when she had that weight, because she
Right. Well, sure.
Exercise.
Now, hold on, Bob. Hold on a second here. And we'll come right back to you. Dr. Joel, real quick. I hear that, and this is what I've heard in the news, in the media, that it tends to attack muscle, but it doesn't attack muscle. I think the truth of the matter is reduce calories, first go after muscle. Why? Because muscle takes more energy to hold and keep.
That would be true.
Automatically. So if you go on any diet and you do nothing to help build yourself up, you're going to lose muscle first. It's not because of the drug.
Well, I mean, anytime you lose mass, you're going to lose some muscle. And
but muscle goes first.
Yeah, and as we get older, we lose muscle naturally anyway, which is why you supplement your diet.
And muscle
with more
is
protein.
harder to maintain.
Right.
That's why when you do have muscle and you work out, it burns more calories having muscle than fat. It's harder to maintain. It actually is better to be lean. Lean can help you be lean. Lean muscle mass can help you maintain that. But you will, if you go on low calories, sacrifice muscle if you don't do anything to build muscle. So you have to do both, along with making wise eating choices. Anyway, we have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. Paul, the common man, is with us. He's been listening for years and years. We're glad to have him in the studio. That's why I'm here. And then we also have your calls coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255, 888heating.com. Go to that website, learn about their high-efficiency options. They also have plumbing and electrical, a company I know and trust, and you can too. 888heating.com.
Over $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Their U.S.-based restoration specialists are dedicated to helping solve identity theft issues, and all plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, which means if you lose money because of identity theft, LifeLock will reimburse you to the limits of your plan. Go to LifeLock.com and save up to 25% your first year with promo code CLAY.
Ramondo and his team want to thank you for trusting them with your car. And, of course, I want to thank you for trusting me in my recommendation. You know, I've checked out RKC Automotive before having them as part of our family, and I can tell you this. They are pleasing the heck out of people. If you want dependable, good value for new, used, older, newer, domestic, foreign cars, Ray or Ramondo, his Spanish name, I like that. He will provide you not only excellent service, but courtesy inspections of the entire car every time you bring it in. Why? He doesn't ever want you to be surprised. You can trust him, 2120 West Evans. That's on Evans, just west of Tejon. Look for him on Facebook, RKC Automotive, 720-749-3965. Someone else you can trust, and I just hope you don't need him, is Joe Lazzara, a criminal defense attorney. Now listen, no one ever says they're going to need a criminal defense attorney, because here's why. You know, either you make a stupid mistake or you're falsely accused or there's something in between. Joe Lazzara is not going to judge you. He's there to help you through the system, and don't ever shop when you're in trouble. Okay, don't. I've done the shopping for you. Remember the name, Joe Lazzara. Free initial consultations, flat rate pricing, 303-429-6200, 303-429-6200.
Sick and tired of achy joints and dread the idea of surgery? Well, then you need to call QC Kinetics today. Michael Brown here. Listen, the state of healthcare is always changing, and the old ideas like steroids and surgery, they're no longer your only options. Regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics is transforming lives with innovative, non-surgical, drug-free treatments that deliver lasting results. Knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, anything from arthritis or injury, don't let this pain keep you from living your best life. QC Kinetics' advanced state-of-the-art treatments harness and direct your body's natural ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Make 24 the year you reclaim your mobility. Reclaim your independence, walk and run and play and live without the danger and trauma of surgery and without harmful drugs. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation. 303-900-8986. 303-900-8986. QC Kinetics. That's 303-900-8986.
Frank Duran, the real estate man, can list your home, and he proves to get more money and faster results. He also shines on the buying side with a team that actively searches out the market for the very best deals and then negotiates an even better deal.
This is not just a job or a career to me. This is my passion.
Frank Duran with RE/MAX Alliance.
26 years of proven credibility.
Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. 303-920-1622.
Do roller coaster stock markets make you nervous? With such frequent ups and downs, don't let market volatility derail your retirement. Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of Your Money, Your Retirement, Saturday on 630 KHOW. If you're concerned about the markets, call today to schedule a complimentary...
Our Tesla's towable?
We got a trailer. We got an all aluminum, beautiful, automatic
enclosed
trailer. No, not in. No. No, I thought about it, but no. But the new one where I was going back, this has everything the GV70 has. It's just like it, except it's a Santa Fe. They call it a calligraphy or something like that. It's nice, man. I was shocked how nice it was. But I'll probably get 25 for the existing one. And this one I got them down to, it was a 23 with 8 miles on it. You know, it was a leftover 23. In fact, one of the last in the States, why I did it this weekend. They actually had 2, but I got one of them. I got them down to 39. So I'm going to have $14,000 in it after I sell the other one. And I'm good for another, 3-4 years. Brand new warranty, brand new everything.
Right.
But that Genesis, man, is just, it's useless in the snow with the tires it has on it. Useless.
I didn't know that.
Just
fuck it.
useless.
I would get it.
They're like
Pirellis. But that's why you had the damn thing.
You would think so, but it didn't work out that way. Plus, I don't like even driving it when it's really snowy. It's kind of one of those things. I'm afraid I'm going to fuck it up. What's that? Oh, you got one? Yeah. What do you got? Which one?
G7.
Nice. That was my first. I had a G70.
That first. Oh, I forgot that.
Hamden, where when you the on ramp to 25 South.
Yeah.
Going down the hill.
Oh shit! What'd you hit? Curb?
No, car in front.
Oh. How old was it when you did it?
This was just a few months ago.
Oh my God.
And my warranty is coming up. Another 3 year. That's up in April. So I'm thinking about getting the GV70.
How many miles you got on it? 40. See, if you sell it right now, they get bumper to bumper. You can literally list it and sell it 100% bumper to bumper warranty. That is the easiest time to sell these things. As soon as you go over that time or those mileage, the miles will write off.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. ProBid Energy has solar systems complete, $21,000. That is after your tax credits with battery backup. ProBidEnergy.com. Wow, what a great deal that is. 303-623-1535. 31. All right. So we have a car purchase here with Nevea. I hope I'm saying that right, Nevea, or Nevea.
Nevea.
Nevea, what is happening?
So I had talked to you like maybe a couple weeks ago, and we were talking about how it was messing up. Well, I had got that fixed.
Now, what car? What kind of car was this, Nevea?
A 2014 Chevy Cruze.
Okay. And
Yeah,
what happened with it?
Well, we got it. We got a new part for it, and it started working okay for like a day and a half, and then it started like tweaking out on us again.
But this was a used car, right?
Yes, it sure is.
And where did you buy it?
Ariana's Auto Sales.
Where?
Ariana's Auto Sales.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah, Ariana.
Yeah.
And I didn't know what we could do for you, but because it was used, and again, I'm trying to figure out what the bottom line was on that. What did we tell you to do? Because on a used car, normally, all we wanted to know is if did we send you to one of our experts?
Yeah, you sent me to this one guy, and he had told me that I could possibly get my money back because of the title, but I don't think he realized that I had just paid it off.
Oh, that's right. Yes, I remember now. You had worked your butt off and paid it off early.
Wait. Yeah. She still doesn't have the title?
You did get the title.
Yes, I did get the title, but when we were signing it and stuff, I had asked him, I was like, well, is this a salvage title car? And that was the first
Well, they
time
got to
he had
disclose
mentioned
if the title was branded. I mean, they have to. So did they disclose it somewhere? Did you sign something acknowledging it?
I can't
well, me and my mom signed all the papers, and
No,
he
you're
didn't say
just—it's a
anything
very
about
simple
it.
question. If you look through the paperwork, did you sign something acknowledging it was a salvage title?
I don't think so.
Because if you didn't do that,
again.
they have to disclose that. I don't care who they are.
Yeah.
Well, that's what you got to find out.
What kind of was this? An Outback? No.
Chevy Cruze.
A Chevy Cruze. I can't find the damn call.
I remember it.
I know. Okay, I do remember it. I remember it specifically when she said
she paid it off.
She paid it off, and then here. Okay, nope, that's not it either. And here's the deal.
Let's have Deputy Dollar call over there and see if it was salvaged or not.
But she got the title. What is the exact issue right now?
She's saying she didn't realize it was a salvage car.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was a salvage title car until after I signed the
And
new
how is
title
that affecting you, though? What's wrong with the car right now?
My whole transmission went out, and I have to pay like $5,000 to get it replaced.
Oh God, what's wrong with the? Excuse me. What year? It's a 14. Is it a 14?
Yeah, the 2014.
Okay, and so your transmission went out. How many miles on it?
It's 130,000 miles.
The only thing we can do is see if they tricked you at all. I mean, that's all. That's all we can do.
If they don't have the disclosure and you guys didn't sign it, we can probably help you out, but you got to figure that out first.
We sure as hell do.
Let's have Deputy Dollar. Why don't you call over there and ask them why they sold her this vehicle with the salvage title, but yet didn't have her sign anything acknowledging
it. Ask him to show us where they disclosed it. That's the bottom line. Where did they disclose it? Nevea, just hang on, okay? We're going to call over there. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Common Man Paul. Give him that mic, Dollar. Give him your mic. Paul, how long you been listening to the show, brother? Thanks for coming in. How long you been listening?
Oh, I've lived in Denver for about 10 years.
Okay.
So 10 years, and I don't remember how I did it. I used to live in South Dakota, and I used to be, actually, I think I was able to get
probably the podcast.
Well,
no,
either
this
that
before podcast.
I was broadcasting there. Yeah. syndicated into one of those cities. Let me think. Rapid City.
Well, Rapid City would have been it.
That's it. Rapid City. And you know what I like about Rapid City? Like I'm going to tell you what I like about it. I fly in there now and then to go to that's where we go to the president's heads, right? Up there.
Right.
Yeah. So what I like about it is, airports around the country are given 3-letter designations preceded by a K. So KDIA or KDEN, actually. And then you have KAPA, which is Centennial, which used to be Arapahoe County. And you have KBJC, which is Jefferson County, or now known as Rocky Mountain Metro. Do you know what Rapid City is? KRAP.
Crap.
Yeah, we got more coming up. It is. That's your airport. Crap.
God damn it! I thought I turned this off.
It's been going off like crazy.
I feel like Doc.
I did 16 of my 22 years in the Air Force at Ellsworth.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, yeah.
So 720 486.
Oh, Diane's statement's good. I want to see it.
It just shows 16 grand.
That's all?
I'm pretty sure they already looked over it or looked at it over at.
Did you get Josh or not?
No. Well, I had already sent it to him last week.
Well, I mean, did you call him back to see if he has a follow-up?
I will.
Or I'll text him too.
But I already sent this to.
Mark, can you do Euro Plumbing and Fuller?
Yeah.
Fuller's 60, Euro Plumbing's 30.
I got it.
I'm sorry. I have to use it.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay, I'll give her. I remember the case. I don't remember her name.
Hold on, guys.
Just don't remember that.
Yeah. Ow! You know what that was? That was the sound of my wife when this lady ran a red light and T-boned us. You realize our car, every single airbag in that car went off. You realize Suzanne broke her nose. On top of that, I had injuries. Her back hurt. We end up at the emergency room. What do you do after an accident like that? I'll tell you what you do. You call my attorney. You call John Fuller, the guy I talk about on this show all the time. John Fuller held our hand and brought us through the entire case. And by the way, these things aren't quick. This case is a year, 2 years, and that's all of these accidents. He got us every possible cent he could get us. No attorney could have done better. In fact, I think with any other attorney, I wouldn't have got everything we deserved. John Fuller's the man. Even a year later, when our daughter got rear-ended on I-25, once again, airbags, car totaled, damages, all kinds of problems. John got the call again from us, and he did the same thing. Maximum policy limits. You want the best attorney in the world, you call up John Fuller. 303-597-4500. Please put it in your phone right now. There's a lot of attorneys out there. This is the guy you want. I personally have used him twice. MyAccidentLawyer.co. That's MyAccidentLawyer.co. Now, let's talk about Euro Plumbing. Check this out. You can get a 40-gallon water heater. Listen to this. $1,399. You know what that includes? It includes everything. The installation, the haul away, the new flex gas lines, the water lines. It's the whole kit and caboodle. $1,399. Try to find that price anywhere else. You need a 50-gallon, add $100. Euro Plumbing. EuroPlumbingColorado.net. That's EuroPlumbingColorado.net. I was long on that first one, sorry.
You were yelling on that. Jeez.
Well, you got to wake them up in the car, gentlemen.
Boy, you did.
You got to wake them up. You can't let them sleep.
You know,
Yes, sir.
this guy Zeroni investment, he definitely is on the hook because it's not a suitability. It's a suitability.
I think it's 15. I think she said she had it 15, 20 years ago. The guy might not even be alive.
No, she said she's spoken with her broker, the guy that sold it to her.
Well, okay, maybe he's alive. Let me see if there's any dates on it. It's sideways, man. I hate that. Makes you want to open it. I don't. Bastard.
I gotta see something. She doesn't even.
Beginning account value, but there's no date.
I think she said it was worth 10 originally, and now it's worth 16.
Yeah, it's worth 16,280. It doesn't even have. Well, see, this is weird. It says beginning account value was 1502. But I don't know if that's just this year.
Oh, that could be.
I mean, I don't see anything with dates on it. Yeah, that's just for this year, or last year, actually. How do you get your money out of this?
They're hard. I mean, because there's no market for
You got to find someone to buy them. But then how do they give it a value? Why is it worth $15,508? If no one's willing to buy it, how the hell is it worth that?
I don't remember. I've owned a couple REITs, but I don't remember.
I mean, what sets the price? Just an arbitrary number? You can't sell it. You can't sell it for that, but yet it's worth that. How's that possible?
I think it is kind of an arbitrary value.
Well, how the hell is that possible?
I don't even recall the statement or anything. I'm going to get Joe Chiano.
How do you possibly listen? She can't sell it, right?
They say there's no market. I want to get
but
this
hold on. Then where's the value come from? Why is it worth $15,508.67 if you can't sell it?
That's the whole idea of any private fund. They fucking the shit when they have.
So
shares,
they make up the number.
Yes, they make it up based on the underlying investment. But I'm telling you.
So if I buy it from her for $5,000, am I setting the value?
You could be. You could be.
I never heard of it.
No, there's independent. I'm sorry. Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Let me make a word about this one woman who called with the Real Estate Investment Trust, a REIT. Now listen, there are a number of private investments people can make within their investment accounts, whether it is a qualified account or a regular account. Those investments include annuities. They include the stock market. They include bonds. They also include things called private note funds, where they are pooling money together to make loans. It's different from a bond. It's more of a private note fund. They also have REITs, real estate investment trusts. This is where they pool money to manage and purchase real estate. Here's the problem. How do they evaluate those? There are independent agencies that value these REITs and these note funds, and then they assign a value to them.
To me, I don't understand this. Like every other piece of real estate, if I sell my house, I am establishing the value simply by selling it. If she can't sell this REIT she's in for $15,000, if I offer her $10,000, does that now set the value of that REIT at $10,000? How the hell do you have a value that she can't sell it for?
I need to. I'm contacting the guy at my company, and I want to see if he can come on to talk about this, because it's really important to know. And I've been involved in private funds. And Mark, these are great questions, and I don't know if I know the answer, so I'm going to ask him. But there is a valuation that takes place. There is a valuation that takes place, and that valuation is based on some kind of outside agency looking at it and coming up with a value.
Could she not sell it for less than what it's valued at?
If there is a market. See, here's the problem, and I know exactly what you're saying. If she's being told she has a certain amount in value, but she can't sell it, then it's not worth anything. Can you get her back on and we have her statement? And I'd like to get my guy on. So let's do that. Let's get him on. Kachina, I want to give you under show notes. I'm going to give you my guy's number, and then we'll figure it out. But Mark, investments are so tricky. They can screw the hell out of people.
All I'm asking, my simple
go
question
ahead.
is,
We'll ask our guy.
Could she sell it for less?
Yes, she's allowed to. Yes.
Okay.
You're allowed to sell it for anything you can.
Then that's what I'm saying. Shouldn't she, in this case, tell her broker, get what you can for it if she needs the cash?
Right. But I'm thinking the broker, and that's why I want to get her back on. Call that number, okay? Kachina, do you see it on show notes? Call that number. That's Pat. He'll come right on. And Pat is, he's a financial advisor, and he's... Who? Oh, wonderful. We have Joe. Joe Chiano, certified financial planner. Hey, Joe.
Yes, Tom.
You know a lot about financial stuff and financial planning and advising. And I'd like to know, you've heard of REITs, real estate investment trusts, right?
I have.
So when somebody is involved in that, do you know how they're valued?
Yeah, they're valued by the property that they're invested in.
But is there an independent valuation that is given to that? Are they audited? Do you know?
I'm not sure about that.
Yeah.
If they're audited or not. However, though, basically, if somebody wants to pull money out of a REIT, it usually comes out at a discount, leaving about only maybe 70% to 95% of the original value. So there is a little bit of a payback, I guess you could call, to the company holding the REIT.
Well, unless, of course, the property went up extremely in value or something.
Right. But if somebody needs the cash,
right?
Now,
that's right. That could force them out at a reduced price. You're absolutely right.
At a discount rate.
Now, doesn't that go for anything that is privately held, like, for example, a note fund?
Yes, absolutely. It doesn't, it doesn't make any difference what the investment is, but real estate goes with the market value of the real property.
Of course it does. And the problem I always find, Joe, with these private investments, if you don't have a market for it, you're screwed.
That's right. And if it's an IRA, there's a double whammy right there because they're going to have to be paying the 10% penalty if they're under 59.5.
Yeah, she wanted to pull money out of her real estate investment trust in an IRA. She didn't care about the penalty. She needs the money. Here's the problem. Yeah. Her broker says there's no market for it.
A lot of the time on REITs, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but it's actually a property management company, collecting rent, collecting other things is where the money comes in. It's not necessarily the value of the property.
No, it's both. It's both.
Okay, so when you value it, are you valuing it off the dirt or are you valuing it off the actual income?
Well, both. Okay, Mark, it's just like any building. If you have a commercial building and you're renting out office space,
that generates it.
It's valuing both on the appreciation in the market, if there is any, comparables, and also on cash flow.
So I would guess mostly cash flow.
Well, cash flow, here's what it is.
For yearly profits.
Cash flow is called a cap rate, meaning that cash flow returns a certain amount of profit.
Yeah, of course.
That profit based on the investment will now be evaluated. The original investment and the market value. So the market value to investment would be your current yield. Okay? So your current yield is a certain amount. Your original investment compared to the value is your original yield. But here's the deal. What I'm getting at, without getting too complicated, is that it does go by your your market value and your cash flow. For example, if you had giant market value but little cash flow, you would have to wonder why. It would probably be because they're going to repurpose it and you would sell it. If it's generating a bunch of income but it hasn't appreciated a lot, then you would guess they're going to keep it being rented. Right, Joe? I mean, aren't they really... Right. It's really not a solid one way or the other.
But her property, for all we know, is dirt. It could be no cash flow. It could be just ownership in a pile of dirt.
It could be. A real estate investment trust could be anything real estate. Anything real estate.
Right. So I mean, if the pile of dirt, Tom and Mark, goes up, of course, that's going to be making profit, right?
Right.
Okay, but it's a very volatile investment. It really, truly is. But the key is on this question, that you had about this lady. If it's an IRA, and she wants to pull money out, she will have to take the money out at a discount, no matter what. They're not going to give her the entire profit.
No, she can't sell it. She can't. See, this is where it started, Joe. I'm staring at her portfolio. Her value is $15,508.67, but her broker's saying we can't sell it because there's no interest. So the conversation started, how dare someone assign a value of something you can't get for it? I mean, I can say my house is worth $20 million. It sure as hell doesn't mean it is. When I sell it, that's going to establish the value.
Now, we have to take this break, but Joe, thank you very, very much. And by the way, Joe can always be reached for safe investments at 303-779-6600. Mark, you're bringing up absolutely all good points because every one of those, here's the bottom line. If you don't trust implicitly the people doing this, it's bullshit a lot of times. I mean,
they establish, who says it's worth that much? And then how dare they say it's worth that much when you can't sell it?
I had two about 15 years ago, and I sold them. I didn't have any problem. But I don't remember exactly how the whole thing worked.
He's ready. It was a 308 area. It was my fault.
This looks like a pretty big group, though. They got $1.4 billion.
Oh, really? You looked it up?
Yeah, the limestone or lightstone.
Oh, so it is a pretty good group. I mean, we should call the broker.
I just tell you what they're worth: $1.4 billion.
We should call the broker.
Nowadays, I don't even know if that's a lot, to be quite honest.
Man, I wouldn't want to be in a REIT right now. Not for office space.
No. Oh. I mean, some of those REITs they've been around.
Where's my timer? Oh. Well, let's talk about Made in the Shade. You know what? That is the way to do window coverings, and you can be assured of the best experience. First, they come and measure all of the openings free of charge, and then they have a designer help you pick the right stuff for the right room free of charge. Now, once you do all of that, they come up with an estimate free of charge. Now, if you decide to go forward, they order it, they receive it, they have their in-house installers, and they guarantee everything. That's why we call it Made in the Shade, whether it's shades, curtains, drapes, shutters, anything you want. They have it all. Powered, low-tech, high-tech, 720-458-6566, denvershades.co.
See this? Here we go. Okay, well, here's the problem.
What's that?
I mean, she sucked. Okay, if I'm looking at this right, and I'm sure I am, on her statement, the share price is $14.75. Okay?
Yes.
Right now, that share, the exact same share, let me see, Value Plus, was that, I want to make sure it's the same. Right now, it's $7.45. I mean, it's already cut in half. But let me make sure.
I wonder how it changed.
Yeah,
so
same
much.
exact thing. Although I don't know. Do you think that has something to do with it? 5652.
Well, so is that 15 grand considered the 14 price or the 7 price?
The 15 grand's at $14 a share.
And now the share is less.
Now the share's half, less than half.
I wonder if it's the same.
Yeah, 5652.
Wow.
I mean, hold on though. This one doesn't say that, but I mean, it's the exact same name. I just don't get how you trade them. Can you go into like Ameritrade and pull up this LVVP and buy them?
They're private funds.
Like you have to go through a broker. Those are the guys that sell them to their clients. And
God, it's so weird thinking. How do you liquidate that?
or you go back to whatever it was, limestone or.
There's got to be value to it. Well, we already know the value. If this is correct, it's $7.45 a share. But once again, what does that mean? If you can't buy it or sell it on an open market, who the fuck buys these things?
Well, they have prospectus. They invest in different things. Like I had one, all they did was apartment buildings. Then I had another one that did just medical facilities.
This one looks like they do some hotel operations.
Yeah, for a while, like public storage, those places were pretty big. And
that still boggles my mind. That's like, that business is going crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe. So what Joe is saying is maybe she's got to sell it back to the REIT. There is no open market.
They showed in California, there's regular fucking communities of homeless people. I mean, like,
yeah, I know.
I shit out everything.
Louisiana around New Orleans has that under their big bridges. I mean, it's crazy, man. It looks like 1,000 tents under them, just block after block.
They're building structures and shit with plywood and cardboard. And
I'd give you $50 to walk through that one in Louisiana. I don't think you'd make it back. I don't think you'd make it through, man.
It's going to look like in Denver in 2 years, maybe next year.
Yeah,
we have the largest per capita, the largest number.
You guys see in Lakewood, they're like, hell no, we're not taking any immigrants. Did you see that shit?
Yeah.
It was national news the last 2-3 days.
What happened?
Denver is trying to get Lakewood to become a sanctuary city, although they're not using the word sanctuary.
Right.
They're using like, friend of the needy or whatever it is. And because if they do that, then they can start sending the immigrants there and they won't be arrested. And Lakewood, all the people are like, no way, Jose, it is not happening.
Yeah.
But we'll see. It doesn't mean it won't happen. But Denver's they've just run out of places, man.
Yeah, the thing that I noticed the most.
Mayor Johnson's doing a great job.
Oh, he's cleaning up the world, ain't he?
The panhandlers on the corners of all the intersections, like the guys with the squeegees and the.
It's crazy.
It reminds me of like New York in the '80s.
Where they'd come up with the newspaper.
In fact, spit on your windshield.
They would jump on your windshield before you could even shoo them off.
It's getting to be like that at like some of these intersections in Denver.
How dumb is it to take all these immigrants in with no plan on getting them jobs or? It's just insane. You do got to love it, though. Sanctuary city, get what they ask for, don't they? And old Joe, he's not coughing up any federal money, is he?
No.
I didn't ask for it, but I got to pay for it now.
Bueller.
Hi, Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK. Genesis Total Exteriors for all your storm damage on the outside of your home, from the roof down to deck, siding, stucco, windows, doors. They can do it all. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. Now, I want to go to Pat Jolliffe. He is someone that I work with, and we do, and he does a lot of financial stuff. He's has all kinds of licenses for years. And, okay, Pat, here's what I'd like to ask, bottom line right now. Real estate investment trusts, they're not regulated, right?
Well, in what sense? I mean,
okay, are they, for example, are they like a public offering or a stock?
They can be. So you can have a REIT that's either going to be a private offering or a public offering. So public would be, have its ticker symbol and be traded just like an exchange-traded fund or a stock on the exchange. And it would be typically be liquid. Now, sometimes even on the publicly traded REITs, they can limit when you can take distributions or when you can sell the positions that you've bought. So that might be on a quarterly redemptive basis.
semi-annually or even annually.
So what if you have a private REIT? Do you just have to wait for a market to sell it?
Well, and you'd have to go back to the memorandum on the fund with regard to that, because certainly liquidity is going to be more limited when it's a private offering. And then to the extent that there's any limitations within the memorandum itself, you may not be able to redeem that inside the holding period, which would be clearly stated in the private placement memorandum, and or it may provide for liquidation of shares to other investors that are already in the private fund, or you would then possibly be able to go out and find another investor on your own.
All right. Now, Pat, we noticed that it showed a share price that's half of what her share price was. Does that mean her value went down?
Well, it would, depending on the valuation and how they're doing that. So if they've got, and this is a private REIT, is that correct?
I believe it is private. I have her here. Diane, do you know if this is a private REIT, a private or publicly traded? Do you know?
It's private.
Okay. It's private, Pat.
Yeah, so private typically, or what would generally see with that would be that there would be a third-party accounting firm, valuation firm, or somebody that would come in on a scheduled basis to provide an independent accounting of the value of the fund, and then that would be how you would derive the share price. So yeah, it's fully possible that, if her cost basis is $1, that it could be less than that based upon valuation.
If I put in the exact name,
maybe he can research it during the break.
It's called Lightstone Value Plus REIT 5.
Lightstone Value Plus REIT, and then what?
5V.
5 or with a V.
Yep.
Pat, could you look that up for us?
And it shows it's $7.45.
And she paid 14 something. But if you could look that up, we'd like to give her some information. Thank you very much. That's Pat Jolliffe, InnovativeFinancialPartners.com. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-TALK.
When do you think we'll get that Supreme Court ruling? I bet it's this week.
God,
isn't Super Tuesday next Tuesday? Anybody?
March.
Oh, it's March
or something.
Yeah, Mark, it has to be soon, man.
Boy, they're going to be up. They're going to be picketing.
In the mail today.
I got my email saying mine was in the mail.
Well, I know, but I get, the thing on Postal Service says he has what speed delivered today.
Yeah.
My ballot will be in the mailbox.
Maybe I got something from Arapahoe County yesterday. I haven't opened it yet, but maybe that's what it was.
I'm going to work the election this year.
Are you? Yeah. I've never done that. I always thought maybe to volunteer. I'm too yappy, though. I'll get kicked out of there.
I did it once before. I thought it was volunteer, but they pay you like $20 an hour.
Oh.
Don't say that. We're going to lose all our people.
Now, why do you think someone would count sheep for a living? Why would anybody care how many sheep are in any given place, whether a slaughterhouse, farm, whatever it is? Why would anybody care? Can you think of any reason?
Money.
Well, it does. It definitely comes down to money. That's why there was a job. But it is the oddest thing to think about. He had one of these jobs that, like, someone literally invented. It's crazy. So why would you count sheep?
To go to sleep?
Yeah. I'll tell you why you count them for money is because for every head of sheep, they would have to give X amount to what, the USDA?
Well, not USDA. Yeah, a sub-company of USDA.
So when you see those TV commercials, beef, it's what's for dinner.
Yeah.
Same thing. So
right, that's exactly.
Every cattle you have, you got to cough up $1, and then they put it all towards advertising the entire industry. But then I go, who the fuck buys sheep? Like really, I don't even, what are sheep used for? Just the wool?
No, that wool is totally different.
Totally different.
There's another organization that does wool.
So what is the, who cares?
It's like you go to restaurants or
And you eat lamb.
Lamb chops.
God, that's amazing.
You go to the grocery store, you buy lamb burgers.
I've never seen a commercial for sheep.
No, because
mutton. That's what it is, right?
That's why
mutton.
people hate sheep, because of mutton.
Because of mutton.
Mutton's horrible.
It's old sheep.
It's old sheep. It tastes like shit.
Old sheep. That's so
There's a town
gross.
of about 3,000 people in South Dakota. They say it's the sheep capital of the world.
It is.
Newell, South Dakota, where men
Men
are
are men.
men and sheep are scared.
And sheep are scared. That was Lancaster, Pennsylvania when I grew up.
I've been to Lancaster.
Didn't you say you almost, you got into it with one guy who was kind of like the mafia sheep dude?
Yeah, it's the ethnic. I was in New Jersey, down by the river. And
The guy's like, you'll count my sheep how I tell you to count my sheep.
Well, yeah, and he threatened me. I've had people pull guns on me before.
You never think the sheep business
That's
is
big business.
is daring.
It's big business.
It's huge business.
I love it because it's like a job no one would ever know existed.
Right.
Anywhere. I mean, you would just never, the average person would never think that was a job, counting freaking sheep at the slaughterhouse.
You know what's a really lucrative job is shearing, sheep shearing. Those guys, they travel all over the place, and all they do is zzz, 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 zzz.
They do that with alpacas too.
Yeah.
We've got a good friend comes up for Thanksgiving. She's in her, Lori's probably about 65, 70. Her husband, I've known forever, is 80. No, fucking Tommy's 89. Can you believe Tommy was 89? Tell me he's not in great shape. Really? 80, he is sharp as a tack, man. But she sits there, she'll be at our house anywhere from 4 or 5 days. She'll sit there drinking wine in the evening, and we're all talking and BSing, and she doesn't stop knitting. She can knit in her sleep.
That's
and she can make
Stephanie's mom.
She can make anything you want. She sends me the best socks every year. She does. It's crazy. She never stops knitting. Just driving in a car, sitting on a plane, watching TV. Her hands are like on autopilot. Steph's mom's like that, huh?
For baby blankets.
Oh,
we give them away.
Yeah, that's all she does. She
makes
makes
them and we give them away.
Yep.
Stephanie will see a baby in the park and say, "Would you like a baby blanket?" And they go, "It's beautiful. How much you want for it?" "No, it's yours."
You'll be shocked at this. Addie's into it. We'll have a Zoom call from her from school, and during the
She'll be
Zoom
knitting?
call, she's knitting, literally. I'll go, "What are you making?" You know, she just started about a year ago. She goes, "I don't know yet." Either the world's smallest blanket or something, you know?
Ken, his friend lost her job.
Ken.
No, the guy that's on there, 2000. Oh, I'm looking at it from Friday. 2014 Hyundai repossessed. He was a co-signer. The lender sold it for $1,000. Oh yeah, he got screwed. I wonder if Mark Cranack would take that. Hey, can you ask her to get Mark Cranack on about a repossession? Just a general question about going after the creditor for improper procedures. Just a general question.
Oh, this guy says Denver was talking to Wheat Ridge as well about becoming a sanctuary city.
Good luck with that.
I don't see him reaching out to Dougco at all.
Yeah.
There hasn't been a call to Dougco at all.
Well, they're one of the only counties that actually outlawed it.
Yeah. It's a whole different world. You go down 25 through Castle Rock, there's no homeless, there's none of that crap. It's just not there.
It's like the difference between like LA County and Orange County.
Yep. That's what Tom was telling me. It's just night and day in some of those California places.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, yeah. There's some oasis.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help. Come in, man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. We are fighting for you, solving problems, answering questions, taking complaints this hour, brought to you by RenewHomeInnovations.com. Beautiful showers, that tub and shower combo. Get rid of it. That when you have to step up over, it makes noise. It's got ugly shower curtains or doors. You're going to get a brand new space. Beautiful, custom made, no thresholds to stumble over, no doors, stone walls, no maintenance. It's beautiful. RenewHomeInnovations.com. 2 or 3 days, they put it in. And then you have 72 months to pay with no interest. 303-904-2000. 904-2000. So, got a lot going on here. If you have any questions on semaglutide and that weight loss drug, we have Denver Regen in the house with us, denverregen.com. We'll get to them. And then we have some other people like one woman. I think she got screwed on an investment. Let me explain something about investments. Did you give that to Pat to investigate? Was he going to investigate that?
I gave him the name of it.
Yeah. I want him to investigate that REIT. Let me explain something about investments. There's a few ways investments can be misrepresented. First, they flat out lie about the return. They lie about the risks. They lie about the marketability. But there's another thing that a lot of people don't understand, and you can go after your investment advisor over this. It's one of the strongest things, and it's called suitability. If you get someone into an investment that is not suitable, let's say an 85-year-old woman gets involved with a bond that has a 25-year payout, and it's a zero coupon bond. Well, she'll never make any money on that ever. So what you want, and by the way, a zero coupon bond means they don't have a stated interest rate. They're sold at what's called a discount, and then at maturity, a par is paid, or the face value. Well, if she's 85 and it's a 30-year par, well, do the math. Here's the deal. This woman was sold a REIT. Did she know about it? Was she informed? Was it suitable for her? We need to look more into this and other investments that people complain about, because suitability is a big deal. And we should contact this broker and get the bottom line. 303-713-TALK. JR has a question about a home sale. Go ahead, JR. What's going on?
Hey, Tom, just wondering legally, okay, just if you can do this or not. I'm just wondering. So let's say my house is valued at like $420. I want to sell it to my son for $126 for the amount that it's owed. I don't want to make a problem, but it would lower the payment to where instead of getting like a HELOC for some of these people, I could, legally sell it for that $126,400 balance to my son, knowing he's going to, charge me exactly what his payment would be at around $800 to $900 a month. But can you do that?
I want to ask you a few. First of all,
sure,
we're not going to give you legal advice, but I will tell you based on just basically. You can sell anything you want. This is not legal advice. You can sell anything you want for any amount you want. You can even sell it for less than you owe, but then the lender won't let it go through. But I mean, you can sell anything you want. So of course you could. But what I'm trying to ask you is, what is your goal?
Well, it would reduce going into retirement, which I'm that age and I am collecting Social Security, but still working, and make a decent, pretty good income. But I'm just thinking, I'm like,
well, let me ask you something, JR. Hold on, JR. You owe $120 on it, right?
Right.
But your payment is much higher than that because of the original amount, right?
Right. It's like $1140.
So why wouldn't you just refinance the 120?
Right, because I'm sitting with a 3%. And if I turn around and refinance, the 126 at 7 and
Oh, I got it. Yeah,
it is now,
but your
you know what I'm
son.
saying? I'm
Hold
like,
on. But your son would have a 7% loan, isn't that right?
He would have, I don't know. He's in the Air Force, so I don't know how they could do it.
Well, it's going to be the same exact thing. Whether you refi it or he buys it, you're going to have the same exact current rate. That's what I'm at.
But Tom, then I won't have to at my age. I'm going to be 68. At my age, I won't have to go. Oh, I got to do a will, leave it to my son.
Okay, but you are screwing your son by selling him the house.
Really?
Absolutely. For so many ways, I can't even tell you. Let me give you one. You've reduced.
That's why I'm calling in.
You're reducing the basis of that home to 125. Now, when he goes to sell it, his basis is 125 plus whatever permanent improvements he makes. So his tax obligation will be astronomical because you only get a certain amount of exclusion. And if we keep getting Democrats in office, that exclusion is going away. But let's just say he gets a $500,000 exclusion if he's married, $250,000 if he's single. Right now, what's your house worth?
410, 420.
Okay, 410. So if he got that house in 10 years or 12 years after you die, but he's owned it and his basis is 125 and it's worth 700 or 800,000. Do you see what you've done to him? You have given him a $700,000 or $600,000 gain. Okay, now let's say you don't do that. Let's say you continue to live there and you die in 10 years, 12 years, 15, whatever. Then he gets that day's value on his books as his basis the day you die. Therefore, if he wants to sell it, and you died and it's worth $700 when you die, and he wants to sell it, he virtually has no tax to pay. And if he keeps it 2 or 3 years, he has very little tax. So people who try to transfer homes to their children early are screwing themselves.
I see. Okay. Makes sense, man. I appreciate your
totally screwing yourself. Is there a way you can refinance that home and then you can simply you can do whatever you want. You can refinance the home and then just keep the home at a lower payment. And I don't even understand your reasoning when you said, well, I have a 3% loan. Well, if you have a 3% loan and you sell it to your son's still going to have a 7% loan for the 125, the same as you would. I mean, it wouldn't be any different. 7% is 7%, whether your son has it or you have it.
Right, exactly. Got you.
Have you ever done the math on what your payment would be at 125 if you refinanced it right now?
Yeah, it'd be a little more than what I'm paying now.
Well, then that's obviously you. Then what did you think your son would do? Your son would refi the 125.
He just wanted to give the house to the kid, is what this comes down to.
Okay, well, it's the wrong way to do it, brother. It's the wrong way to do it.
Just do a beneficiary's deed. It's done.
You can do a beneficiary's deed. You can do this very easily. Call Dan McKenzie. Dan McKenzie is an attorney. McKenzie Law. I'm serious. You call him. He can do a beneficiary's deed for next to nothing. He'll give you a quote. 833-CO plans. He's a good guy. 833-CO plans. Okay, man. Thank you for calling. Yeah. I'm so happy when people call before making mistakes. They think that they can beat the system. Well, you can beat the system if you do it legally and correctly. If you try to do it and you have no idea what the hell you're doing, you're going to end up costing yourself money.
The bank finds out about that sale, they're going to invoke the 2-1 sale clause.
What's that?
The bank finds out about it, they're going to invoke the
Well, he was going to buy. He was going to sell it to his kid anyway.
Okay. So
he was going to sell it to him for 125.
Okay, and the kid would have his own payments to the bank.
Yeah, but they'd be more.
Okay, yeah.
The whole thing's crazy. His whole idea was insane.
Yeah.
I think he wanted to.
He just
give
wants
his
to get
kid the 3% rate.
Right.
Yeah.
That's
and
what I
lower
thought.
payments.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
He could do that. The bank would never.
There's no way he could do it.
What do you mean?
Let's talk to John Fuller, Fuller Law. John, getting an umbrella policy, okay? People do that. Do you have to have underlying coverage for uninsured or underinsured coverage or medical coverage, or will the umbrella simply pay for it? A lot of people think the umbrella is cheaper. I'll just do that.
Yeah, that's a great question. So we always talk about the need to, if you decide to get an umbrella, that only increases your liability coverage, and you need to add on an extra rider to include uninsured motorist coverage for you and your family, because that's truly what you're trying to protect here. But what a lot of people don't know is that the insurance companies require you to carry a certain amount of coverage before they'll even sell you an umbrella. And one of the ones that is not required is MedPay and uninsured motorists. So if you're going to up your coverage just to qualify for an umbrella policy, that's also a great time to make sure that you also up your coverage to provide the enhanced uninsured motorist coverage, and to go ahead and update and get the most MedPay coverage that they'll sell you, be it $10,000 or even more. You just can't have too many of the coverages that protect your family. You may or may not need an umbrella for the liability protection, but you darn sure need it when 2/3 of the people in Colorado have the state minimum amount of coverage or no coverage at all.
See, that's the whole idea, John. You're stressing insurance not just to pay for the other party, but mostly to protect yourself.
Absolutely. That's really the main reason to buy enhanced coverage, is to make sure that you and your family have that coverage in the event that something happens.
And that is John Fuller. He'll talk to you. If you ever have an accident or you need advice, you call and talk to him. And he even gives you his cell phone number after you hire him on a percentage fee basis, so you can call or text at any time. 303-597-4500, 303-597-4500, myaccidentlawyer.co. Hey, fixmyhome.com is the website for Fix It 24/7. Let me tell you what I love about them. I love their service, not sell. They come to your home with the eye in mind. They're thinking, how do we solve this problem and keep this customer for life? Sure, they can replace things, but they come trying to fix it. That's why it's fixmyhome.com. And you know what? For $39, they come to your house, $39 to find any problem with any system. And then when they find it and present you with a solution, if you have the work done, you don't even pay the $39. It's credited. Fixmyhome.com.
I didn't know they had this. This tiny home thing off Santa Fe. I want to see it. I can't even find pictures of it.
Well, no, there's one also off of Mississippi.
I haven't seen
There's
it.
one right off of Mississippi, too.
They look like garden sheds, like a backyard shed.
God.
They're okay. You know the tiny homes I'm looking at? They're 700,000.
Well,
700,000.
No, these are homeless things.
Yeah. You're talking about the ones on Delia.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
But they're not tiny homes.
Oh, I like this.
No, they were like, we looked those up. They were like 2,000, 3,000 square feet.
Oh, kind of bullshit. If you look at it.
Yeah, I know, but
they go up.
They have 2 levels.
Yeah.
Maybe even
I know.
3.
I saw.
Yeah. I don't know why anyone would spend that much for that. That to me
you
is-
know the big thing on them? They're all LEED certified.
They're what?
LEED. LEED.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
Yeah, it's green.
You can't even have a gas oven, man.
No, I mean all the materials are like green.
They don't give off any emissions.
Yeah.
Wow. Until you start swapping them out for real shit.
But that's why they cost so much.
I just want to see what this thing looks like, man.
Inflation's up again.
Oh, man, they're afraid it's out of control. Stock market dropped.
Well,
What,
500.
yeah.
I think it's down to like 300.
Look at that, 17.9% since Biden. I don't care what the job market looks like. When you're making the same amount of money and everything costs 17% more, none of that shit matters. That's why he can't figure out, but the job market.
Bidenomics.
That's right. Don't you love how he labeled his own fuck up? Can you ask for anything better?
And Mark's down 530.
I think the nice thing that is going to happen, though, in the next year, this year, is rent's going to drop around Denver. We've got so many complexes coming up this year. It's crazy, man. I can't believe all the apartments being built. Miles has a 2-bedroom, beautiful, the whole thing's...
Where's he living?
He's in Lincoln right now, but 2-bedroom, his own private garage, just like in a house. You don't even go outside to get to your garage.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right. Wow. Now, Ken called the other day, and Ken, I wanted to get someone on to talk about this, and I'm wondering, were we able to get an attorney on for Ken? Where's Kachina? She's not.
You got to catch me up. What happened? What's his issue?
You remember it. Here's what happened. In fact, you brought it up. Yesterday, he called in. He had a friend who lost her job. Her 2014 Hyundai Tucson was repossessed.
Oh, yeah.
It's worth about $10,000.
And they sold it for like $100 or $1,000.
Yeah, and he's a co-signer, so the deficiency is going to be $10,000 or more.
Actually, I think it was worse than that. I think she owed, or he owes, $16,000, and they sold it for $1,000.
Yeah, isn't that right, Ken?
Yeah.
Now, Ken,
the loan is
they have an obligation. Hey, Kachina, can you get Mark? Did you call Mark Cranack?
We never clarified one thing, Ken, and I don't know if you know this. Did the vehicle actually run? Did it have hail damage? Had it been totaled? I mean, what was going on? Or is it a normal vehicle?
From the time of purchase, we're looking at this vehicle, and they're saying the market value is somewhere around 10 or 11. Was anything wrong with the car that would have diminished that market value?
Not that I know of.
That's the problem. He doesn't know.
Well, you said it was brought to a shop. Is that right or not?
No, I didn't say that. No.
Okay, I got.
When was the last time you laid eyes on it?
Oh,
well, that says it all. I mean, he has no idea the condition.
It was a year ago, but I know that it did run, and there shouldn't have been any damage to, mechanical damage to it or anything like that. It could have been dirty on the interior.
Well, they have to put it at auction, is my understanding. Is that correct?
Right. Arm's length.
So you got to find out where the auction was. Ask the bank how they came down to this.
I mean, selling it for $1,000 sounds like an inside job to me. It sounds like they screwed you big time. And you may need to get an attorney to challenge the process, and we're trying to get one on the line right now. Hold on. Just hang on. We'll try to get one on. Meanwhile, Susan, I believe you were on yesterday, and we never got a chance to finish up. Your neighbor, you're claiming, because of the condition she keeps her home, your neighbor is devaluing your home. Is that correct?
Yeah, and the point is that nobody cares, and they told me, yeah, she can have her computer in the front because it's public property, but it's not.
Well, okay, here, let me explain what Susan's talking about. Susan's upset because her neighbor moved her own computer to the front room so she can sit at her computer and look out at the front yard.
What's wrong with that?
Susan claims it's an invasion of her privacy.
What? Susan, how is that?
What's wrong with it is, how do I sell the house with her in that window?
Well, is she naked?
Wait, hold on. Well, I don't even see. What do you mean? How do you sell a house with your neighbor looking out the window? Is that what you're actually asking?
You know what she's saying?
Is that what you're asking?
She looks nutty is the deal.
The neighbor does.
Yeah,
and then her backyard is trashed.
Okay,
well, that's different.
Okay, but hold on, Susan. You're asking, though, about this front. Let's take each yard first. The front yard. With her sitting there at her computer, how does that how does that affect you?
I guess it doesn't.
Well, I kind of get what she's saying. If there's some nutcase sitting in the window kind of staring at you all day, that is a little weird.
She's saying she's working at her computer. Is that right?
I don't know what she's doing. I'm just saying my computer's in that backyard. It's not in the front yard staring at her.
Okay, listen. Doesn't she has a right to sit there as she has her desk there.
Of course
and the
she
desk
does.
is facing the window. What I don't understand though. How do you notice it? I mean, do you think people walking by think, "Oh my God, what's that woman doing, looking out at us"?
It's not. You don't think it's malicious? She's kind of painting
Whether
it like
it is
she's.
or not, I mean, but is it even something people notice?
I don't know.
How close to the window is she?
These people that work from home sit right up against the window. I've had 3 of them do this to me in my yard.
3 of them.
They sit right up against the window and they stare all day and they look at your yard.
You know where this is going.
Susan, could this? And I, honest to God, I don't mean to be disrespectful. Could this be your problem?
Yep.
Well, I guess it's just the whole package that she wasn't living here when I bought the house. She moved in.
And by God, she's looking out her window.
Is that
and
only,
working.
Okay.
You know what it sounds like, right, Susan? I'm not trying to make fun of you. You know what that sounds like.
Well, it's also funny. The city said if it wasn't for the sidewalk, it would be illegal. So
What?
my whole
Wait a
problem
minute.
is-
Hold on. Somebody from the city said if they didn't have a sidewalk out front, it would be illegal.
Yes, you wouldn't be able to do it.
That's not right.
You're bunny holing, man.
Whoever told you that is wrong, Susan. I can sit at any of my windows and stare out all day long. Any one of my windows. There doesn't have to be a sidewalk out there. So who at the city told you that? I want to take them to task. Who told you that?
Mediation.
Huh?
First they told me.
Who?
Mediation.
Who told her?
Mediation.
Sliding down that rabbit hole.
Mediation at the city of Denver.
Mediation.
Yeah, she probably called
Did you
611
go-
or whatever.
Wait, did you go to mediation on this?
No, we did it over the phone.
Wait, with the neighbor?
Yes.
And what was the conclusion?
The conclusion is that she can do it, and I had all my windows curtained, and they said, well, and you can look out the window, and I'm looking at her trashed backyard.
Okay, now let's go to the backyard. How trashed is it?
It's not. It's totally cluttered.
Is it against any of the zoning ordinances or any of the building
I
ordinances?
don't know. I called the city, and they said, oh, it's outdoor storage.
So the city is basically doesn't find anything wrong with it.
No.
Oh man, you might want to.
I'd almost love to go out and check this scene out.
I know.
Man.
I would love to see how bad
I
it is.
just have a feeling.
I'd love to.
2180 South Logan.
Well, hey, here's what I want to know.
Bring it up on.
Okay, we nixed it because I don't want you to give your address out right now, Susan. But
Oh,
so
all right.
that's all right. We nixed your address. That's all. So, which is good. I mean, I don't want it going out over the air for your safety. I would like to have this checked out. If we went there, is she staring out the window right now?
No, what she does is she puts a film on the window.
A film.
Where
Hold on. She
she
puts
can
a
look
film
out,
on the
but
window.
So I can't look in, but she can look out. They're all doing it. All
Oh,
these
how
people
do
that
you
work
know
from
she's
home.
looking out?
Because the city told me that that's what she did. She put on that film.
But
and
why do you
thank her
care?
for doing that.
Why do you care? Susan, I'm serious. You're telling me you don't even see her looking out. You just think she is.
Yeah.
So even if this woman agreed not to look out, how would you know she's telling the truth?
That's You're very right.
So
I
what
pulled
would
it
you-
up.
Okay, Mark. Well, hold on. Then let me ask you something. What would be a solution then? She has a film up where you can't see into the window, so you don't know if she's staring out or not. So if she tells you, okay, I will no longer stare out the window, will you believe her?
No. I guess my whole frustration is
Well, I need to know what would please you. No, you call a show that works on solutions. What would
What
be
would please me if she would put her computer in the back like
okay?
I've
But
done
hold
mine.
on. What if she tells you right now that she put the computer in the back? How would you know if she did or not?
You know, you're absolutely right because she is sneaky.
So
and
how would you know? So okay, hold on a second, Ticino. Wait a minute. Is that her? Okay. And she said she moved the computer to the back and she's no longer sitting there? Okay. There you go. She's no longer sitting there.
Okay, then why did the city of
So hold on, Susan, we just
Tell
solved
me
your
if it
problem.
was-
She assured us she is no longer sitting there. The computer is now in the back of the house, but she's going to leave the film up because of the daylight. She wants to keep it a little more dark. Is that okay with
you?
you?
Know what I'm going to do? I'm not going to take care of my yard, and she can look at my crummy yard and sit there all she
Okay,
wants.
but
Thank
is it
you.
okay that she moved her computer to the back now?
She won't. She would sneak.
Well, hold on. But here's what I want to know. Here's what I'm asking you. Listen to yourself, Susan. If she says she moved her computer to the back and is no longer sitting there, why do you care? You don't know one way or another if she's even sitting there. Just the idea of her sitting there is bothering you? You admit you can't even see her. So I'm asking you, is it just the idea of her being there?
I guess, it's just it's
Well,
not
then
something
how
I
do
would
you, then what would be the solution? Tell me. If you could wave your magic wand, what would be the solution? That she move her computer and then what? You daily verify it or what?
What would be the solution?
If what?
Either she wasn't in my front yard or she cleaned up her backyard.
But you don't even know if she's in your front yard or not. So how would you even know if she told you she will please you? How would you know? Are you demanding she take the film off her window?
Why did the city tell me then that the only reason she could do it is because of the sidewalk?
Susan, because they don't want to try to reason with someone who is clinically insane. That's why. That's all I can imagine, Susan. You are sounding insane. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful. You are sounding insane because you don't even know. See, I thought you could see her little beady eyes staring out at you, and she was there all day.
For a long time until I complained, and then she put the film on the window.
Yeah, but now that the film is on the window, what do you care? You can't see her anymore. So whether she's there or not, it'll look exactly the same. So what's the difference?
So I guess it shouldn't matter to a home buyer.
It shouldn't. And it shouldn't matter to you. And I suggest you try to get some meds to deal with it. And I'm not kidding, Susan. I think you have a problem, okay? And I'm being honest with you. You have a problem. You do. You have a psychological problem of some kind, in my opinion, which is not medical. Now, Mark, what do you see when you Google search that?
You can see the house. The funny part is it's blurred out. You know, occasionally you'll see an image on Google Maps. It's blurred out. I have no idea why, but the address she gave is blurred out.
Her address or the neighbor's?
I don't know whose address she gave. But what's curious, if you look really close and zoom in,
you see some eyes?
There's a lady staring at her.
So there is a lady. Doug, what is your comment on Susan? Go ahead, Doug. Be honest. Doug? Yeah, that's one of her friends probably. Got more coming up. This fucking woman couldn't have been a better caller if I asked for it.
It's got to be so horrible to live that delusional, just to be I mean, it's
She
so
sounds like
crazy.
my mother. As my mother got older, my mother was convinced that when she went in the kitchen, the neighbor, she was in this seniors condo, that the woman in the other condo next to her was going into her kitchen, and when my mother got a pan out, that woman,
Like Simon says.
yeah, just to irritate her. That's what my mother was saying.
Oh.
Just to irritate her.
And you can't fix it either, can you? I mean,
Katrina,
I think the lady
you
wanted
attract
to
him.
sell her home, and she just thinks it's the neighbors.
no, she's fucking crazy.
No, she
I
doesn't
know
want to
she
sell,
is.
but she says if she
can't
has
even
to.
see in the window. That's the part that's
Hold on,
so
guys.
unbelievable.
So Mark Krenak has not gone back to me. I've
It's
left
okay,
him a
fuck.
message and a
wanna
and a
get him
text.
on, but- Well, I wish we had more general purpose attorneys. Listen, Brad O'Brien is a real estate attorney. If you have a conflict and it involves real estate, but don't call him, Susan, about your neighbor staring out the window, okay? Brad O'Brien, O'Brien Legal Services, on a serious note, takes care of real estate issues, border disputes, eminent domain, adverse possession. What about complicated leases, finance agreements, commercial or residential? Seriously, when you need help with real estate, olslaw.com, olslaw.com. That stands for O'Brien Legal Services, 720-370-7388. Red Rocks Roof and Solar, goodness gracious, are they doing a great job? Because they do more than the solar system itself. They do the sales and they do the service. So they're a full service company, but they do something else. They help you with the financing, the grants, the tax credits, even helping you make money from solar. That's right. They have some clients actually making money, hundreds of thousands of dollars, by putting in some extra panels and selling it back to the grid. Now, whether you want a simple system or you want a complicated commercial system, you want a solar farm, whatever you want, Red Rocks Roof and Solar, redrocksrs.com, 303-704-2449, 303-704-2449. Simply Floors, Inc., the place you want for floor coverings. simplyfloorsinc.com. That's Buddy and Karen Mitchell at the helm, and they want to make your whole experience pleasant from the very beginning, whether you go into their place at 470 and Quebec or 52nd and Ward, or they come to you. Make your own appointment at simplyfloorsinc.com. In-house installers, everything you need to get the perfect job, whether it's high price or small, they do it all. Simplyfloorsinc.com. What are you looking at, Mark? Are you still obsessed with her?
He's playing.
Wait, I gotta see the house.
It's a tiny, small house.
Is that her house?
I'm trying to figure out how I can. Oh, here we go.
Oh no. Oh God.
What are you doing, Mark?
He's photoshopping.
Is he putting eyes in the window?
I'm putting.
He's photoshopping and having fun.
How do I save this shit now? You didn't know I was that talented, did you? Here we
She
go.
would only move to the back of the house.
Save as image, and we'll call this one cat.
Crazy cat lady.
Save. Okay, now. Where is it? Oh, I don't know where I saved it. Let me do it again. Save as image, desktop. Oh, it's under pictures. I'll just put it on the desktop. Cat lady. Save. Here we go. Oh, that's the best. All right, now I just got to put it up on the feed. Hold on. That's the fucking best. All right, We found it. I zoomed in on the house next door, and you will see the lady staring at her. Tom, you went overboard here. This was a real problem.
Yes, of course. I should have known.
I can't believe that she went to mediation over this whole thing.
We don't know if she's ever left her house. I mean, come on.
Well, she didn't. She had a phone call.
Oh, that's right. She did some kind of weird. Okay, where's Cat Lady? Here it is. All right, I'm going to put a picture up of her.
Mark, when you go to small claims, do they make you go to mediation first?
Most, yes. Most counties.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We're working on getting an attorney for Ken who thinks he was screwed in the repossession process. But you know who else we might want to check with, Kachina, just as a legal mind in this? Is Frank Ball, who is a collection attorney, because he knows about procedures when it comes to all kinds of collections, including repossessions. Frank might come on and weigh in on this. Now, for those listening, you might find this hard to believe, but that previous caller, in my opinion, was nuts. Okay? Here's what she says. Her neighbor put her computer in the front of the house, and when she sits at her computer, she stares out the front window all day. Susan doesn't like it. Susan complained, and the neighbor put a film up so you can't see into the window, and you don't know if the neighbor is there. Well, she says she still thinks the neighbor's there, and that bothers her. She doesn't like the idea of the neighbor sitting at her desk staring out the front window. So I said, how can we solve this? What if the neighbor promised to move her computer and not to look out the front window anymore? To which Susan said, you can't trust her. She would sneak. And I said, but how would you know? There's a film in front of the window. She says, well, I wouldn't know, but I don't like it because I think she would still look out the front window. Now think about this. This woman, Susan, is obsessed with her neighbor working at her computer, looking out her front window, even though she can't see whether she's looking out or not. So I said, so if the neighbor, and then I pretended the neighbor called and said, okay, I'm moving my computer. I'm no longer looking out the front window. Susan was not satisfied. So there's no way to solve this problem unless, of course, Susan demands not only does she move the computer, and stop staring out the front window, but that she also removed the film so Susan can periodically inspect the front window to make sure it's clear. Now, I swear to God, this has to be in one of the top 10 of my strangest calls. And Susan, if you don't think this sounds nuts, you're even more nuts than I originally thought. To add to this, she's upset that the backyard is also trash. So Susan is just really beside herself about this neighbor. Now, I mean this. I really mean it. I don't think we have ever had a stranger call when it comes to neighbor versus neighbor. Now, we've had all kinds of neighbor calls in the past. Noisy neighbors, neighbors with light pollution, neighbors who have cameras up all over their property, neighbors who, are crazy, like bat crap crazy, where they stand out on the porch and yell. I mean, we've had all kinds of neighbor versus neighbor, but this one is the craziest I think I've heard. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. You need to silence that, man, if you can for me. Thanks. Appreciate that. 303-713-8255. So, what do you think? Mark, what do you think? I mean, seriously.
Well, if people go to YouTube and look up Troubleshooter Network, they'll see the live show like we do every day. You can see us and hear us.
You took a picture of the neighbor's house.
Well, we had to bleep out the address because people might have been listening.
Now, I'm looking here. Did you really do something
silly?
So,
no. I had to.
I don't see it.
Well, I'll put it back up during the break, but I already scrolled it. It was weird. You know how Google, you can walk down the street and see everything. I zoomed in on her neighbor's house. I'm not going to give the address out. The second that Google truck went by, whenever it was, happened to take a picture, and you're going to be shocked. The lady is actually right there looking out the window. You got to see it for yourself.
Now you're feeding Susan's paranoia.
No, youtube.com, and then type in Troubleshooter Network, and you're going to see it. It's crazy. I'll put it up at the big break. But I swear you can't make this stuff up.
No, you can't, but you can do Photoshop. Anyway, 303-713-TALK.
That is kind of funny how it's kind of blurred right in the middle.
Yeah.
I want to see it. Is it funny looking?
I'll put it up again right now. It's just been one of those days when there was something on the Google.
Yeah, seriously, when he brought up Google Maps, like there was a diffuser in front of her house.
And which house?
Her house. You couldn't see our house. It was all blurred.
It was like sharp and detailed on the right and the left, but right in the middle, it looked like there was something kind of covering the lens. You can see through it, but it was blurred. Very strange.
That's how you build that YouTube audience.
Oh, you want me to see if it's there?
Yeah, it's there. It'll be there in a second.
Oh, here we go. Actually, the neighbor's house looks really nice.
EuroPlumbingColorado.net. If you want the best prices on water heaters, you don't have to look any further. $13.99 for a 40-gallon tank. $14.99 for a 50-gallon tank. You want a bigger one? You'll still save. Every size of water heater. In fact, he'll save you on any plumbing repair. He says he's the lowest price, best quality plumber, and you can take him up on it, 303-668-6844. But remember, he's not a giant firm, so you better be patient, and I hope you call now, 303-668-6844, EuroPlumbingColorado.net. You know, not a day goes by that we don't get a call about estate planning. In fact, we had one today about leaving a home to a kid. If you want to do it the right way, Keel and Park, they're estate planning attorneys, great people that will look at your entire estate and make suggestions for you free of charge. Then they give you flat rates for whatever you want to do. LawKP.com, that stands for Keel and Park. By the way, put an E on the end of the common spellings of Keel and Park. 970-818-8198. 970-818-8198, lawkp.com. So don't make a mistake of quit claiming a house to someone or doing a half-assed trust or a handwritten will or something that will just come back to haunt you. Get it done the right way. lawkp.com.
You know, Mandy looks really good.
I haven't seen her.
She has lost a lot of weight.
She's on that solo thing.
She must be. I mean,
Yeah,
she
talks
that's
about
an amazing amount. That's wow. She looks great.
I'm getting nothing from Mark or
Frank Ball?
Can you switch over to YouTube for a second?
Sure.
No, he wouldn't be. Damn it, come on. Wait. Brad O'Brien's real estate. No, that's different. Never mind.
Okay. All right, I'm still.
Hold on a second. Get Brad on for fun for this other one. I want to get him on for fun.
Say it.
Get him on after the
You know, if they're on the comments,
Yeah, this.
the morons.
Yeah.
If I click in there, it comes up with my full name. How do I change that?
Oh, interesting.
It took me a couple times, Mark.
I don't know.
What are you talking
You have
about,
to
Mark?
go up into like settings.
See, mine comes up as this because that's what I hit. I don't know, man. I simply have no idea. That's curious because most people, of course, it's all. There's got to be a place in there.
There is.
Where do you know where it is?
I changed mine about a year ago.
Yeah,
What did you change? What are you guys talking about?
Oh, the display on how your name shows up on YouTube. And Paul saying like his full name would show up. I had to change mine from Scott to
you can change your
Deputy Dollar. I know, but we were trying to.
Where is what we're trying
It was
to figure
some.
out. Let's see.
I think you were in the right spot.
Content analytics. See, mine's weird because this is kind of like a.
Because you're like the administrator.
Yeah. Let's see. Permissions. Yeah, this is just different. I don't know how to explain it. Yours is going to look different than mine because of what kind of account I have.
Like Mark was doing, go up on the right and try and get to that settings, and then you'll be able to see, like under display or something.
I'll keep playing with it.
I don't know if I can do it from my phone.
Yeah, that is. I'm curious. See, you would think it would be under settings, general. No.
It took me 2 tries to figure out. But yeah, I thought I changed.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to get a real estate attorney on, and I want to talk on a serious note about when a neighbor's perceived harassment or messy yard or whatever could actually be damaging. You're going to bring up. Are you going to bring up?
Most incredible
Are you going to bring it up? Go ahead. Bring it up. I could read his mind. Go ahead.
Imagine this neighbor. You go and put your house up for sale, so they hang a banner, a huge banner, out the side of their house that says, I party 24/7, I have pit bulls, and I
like loud rock music.
And when I say obnoxiously huge, it was a ginormous banner.
Isn't that terrible?
Absolute true story. In fact, Fox 31 picked it up, 9 News. It was crazy, man. Crazy.
Why would anyone do that?
They really didn't like their neighbor.
But
would
if they
be
didn't
the
like
only
their
reason.
neighbor, you would think they'd want to get rid of him.
Yeah, that's probably true. Maybe they were trying
Or
to shake him down.
Maybe they really do party all night. Maybe they really do listen to music, and they don't want anyone saying they didn't know about it.
That'd be funny.
Now, Dr. Joel's with us from DenverRegen.com. Semaglutide, once-a-week injection. Is that right? They want to know, this text wants to know. By the way, I should mention it more, but you can text the show 57739. If they don't want to do the injection, can you guys do it for them?
We could, but that's something that doesn't really happen because it's
so easy.
It's so easy to do. It's just a simple insulin needle into the abdomen. Our techs will describe and explain to our patients exactly how to do it. If there's a problem, they can always come into our clinic.
Do they have an in-person visit ever before they start this program?
Some do and some don't. It's up to the patient themselves.
So people in Colorado Springs now that are interested, they don't have to come up to Denver. You guys can do everything. You can actually prescribe it by Zoom. And then how would they get the supplies? You just ship everything to them?
It ships from the pharmacy directly.
And how do you do it? Let's get real. Everybody else we see is what, Tom? $1,000, $1,500 bucks a month.
$1,200 minimum.
Seriously, what's the secret? How do you do a month's supply, including the visit and everything, for $250 a month?
Well, we do it through a compounding pharmacy, and the FDA has loosened the restrictions on the patent of the drug semaglutide because of the shortage of Ozempic and Wegovy and those drugs. Because people can't get them, the FDA has waived their patent so that other compounding pharmacies can actually provide this drug.
How long do most people? I guess it's so new. It's hard to say, but how long do you think most people will stay on it? A year, 2 years? People stay on it forever?
That's a good question. I don't know. What is that?
We recommend.
How long has it been out, by the way?
How long has the drug been out?
Well, out as a weight loss aid.
I would say probably about 2 years.
Okay. So people have been on it for the full 2 years?
Yeah, a lot of people.
And to put it basic, it makes you feel like you're full and you're simply not hungry, right?
Yeah, it slows down your digestion so you retain food longer.
Can you imagine a drug that literally makes you feel like you're not hungry? It's crazy.
By the way, did Oprah ever admit she was on the substance?
I'm pretty sure she's said publicly that she's been on Ozempic.
Okay. Anyway, we got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-8255.
How much is it? Zero res? I'm setting it up right now.
No, today is...
You just said the ad. I heard it. It's $49.
$49.
Oh.
Yeah, I better give him another plug.
That's a good deal.
I'm doing it right. I'm setting it up.
Who isn't? Okay.
24 hour.
I don't think he's ever done them that low. $49.
Was it $49 for 2 rooms?
I'm just doing exactly that.
I'm looking.
I'm their worst nightmare.
Two rooms, $49.
Yeah.
That's good.
God,
they're
right
really
now.
good. Okay. What's that?
That's a screaming deal.
Yeah.
The hallway of room.
They usually count a hallway as a room.
No, well, I don't know, actually, to be honest with you. I don't know. About with this sale, it probably is.
What is today? Wow.
I mean, it's normally 3 rooms for $109, sometimes $99. So 2 rooms for half of that. That's
All the other rooms in my house are covered in the bedrooms.
yeah.
And I only use one of them.
Oh, wait, I gotta. Okay, hold on. Now there's already. Jesus. There's already all kinds of charges. I hate that. I gotta say, I don't care, sponsor or not. I hate that bullshit. Hate it.
I can't believe.
How can they say 2 rooms for $49? That's the whole ad. I just heard it. But then they charge you a minimum difference of $76 because you're not spending enough money. That's just.
Yeah.
That's the kind of shit that irritates me. Just irritates the shit out of me.
It's the frontier business model.
Yeah. So now I got to add. I don't care. It's still a good thing. So I'll add whatever the minimum difference is. I don't even know. So I guess 2 of these there.
I wonder what he means by minimum.
They're saying we're not going to come out for $49. The minimum you have to spend is whatever it is. $150 is what it said.
Wow.
So now I've got it up to $204.
Huh.
$49 cost you $150.
I mean, why not just say that, though? That's the part that gets me. The first 2, what it should say is the first 2 rooms or areas.
Because if it
$49.
wasn't $49, you wouldn't have even gotten on the website.
Right.
I don't get it here. What am I missing? My God, what am I missing here? Oh. Cool. Boy, that'd be quick. Is it possible the second I hit enter, it texts you? No. Oh, here's a buddy of mine starting those shots. I'm going to see if he's using you. He's down in the Springs. For like Medicare to pay for it in general, for weight loss, do they have to be like 400 pounds overweight or something?
I don't know if Medicare pays for it.
Got it.
The issue is that you can't get it. You can't get the brand name drug.
Got it. It's just too short. It's in shortage.
Right.
We need another caller like Susan.
Hmm?
We need another caller like Susan. She was just
one of those a day is pretty good.
Hilarious. She was dead serious.
So long as I get what they're talking about, this isn't a bad deal. 4 rooms for $200. It's not a bad deal at all.
No.
How long do you think it'll take for migrants and immigrants and to get voting rights?
I don't know how that works, man. I don't know. I don't know enough about. I don't know what's in the Constitution about voting. I just don't know. I don't know how that works. Can any state decide anybody can vote, even if they're 4 years old? I mean, I don't know. I don't know the.
Can you vote with a green card?
No idea.
Look, Lakewood is on national news.
Oh, dude, you should have seen some of the video on that there show.
Enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Bank. That's bank. Enter it now at khow.com. Inflation salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Yes, this is Tom Martino fighting for you. This is a consumer show where we solve problems, answer questions, and take complaints. You can get it at any time, 24/7. Get in on the party. Just call 303-MARTINO, including during the show right now, 303-627-8466. We'd love to have you. And then if you get us after hours or when we're not here, you can leave a number, and we will get back to you. That's a promise. 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466. Also, when we're here, you can also call 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Mark?
Well, I was thinking of that semi-glutide. And, of course, we have Dr. Jolin with us.
Yeah, with DenverRegen.com.
We were kind of talking about insurance. You know, the coverage is not necessarily for the diabetic side of it, but for the weight loss side. And I've never understood this part when it comes to insurance, whether it's Medicare or private coverage. You would think if they have a 500-pound human that could possibly lose weight just by doing this, that would drastically change the cost over time to actually care for an obese individual when it comes to heart issues, when it comes to anything. Well, it's always amazing how short-sighted insurance companies
now,
are.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe insurance covers those drugs for obesity, for clinical obesity.
They do.
Only, Mark, in extreme cases, right?
Yeah, well, that's fine. Let's take it down a notch then. Let's say you're 70 pounds overweight. Wouldn't it be much better giving them the drug so they're healthier for a long-term effect?
Hey, you could give the same argument to dental cleanings. Do you know that the health of the mouth can
people die? People die because of their
over
mouth.
years and years of not having clean teeth, and I don't just mean brushing your teeth, but just deep cleaned. It adds to the inflammation in your body to such an extent.
You had years ago. I remember you had something. I don't know if it was a root canal or something got infected.
Yeah, a root canal went bad.
You were in bad shape and had no idea what it was.
I didn't. And then I read where so many root canals fail, and there are some dental people that won't even do them anymore. They just go straight to implants. But in any case, the mouth is truly a gateway to all kinds of crap in your body. And then, of course, obesity adds to all of the dilemma. And I think semaglutide, you're right, Mark, it's a godsend. It really is. Now, it does a lot of other good things to your body. Now, can it be misused? Anything can be misused. You're always going to hear, of course, of the risk, and there are risks with everything. I'm not sure what the downsides are with semaglutide, but they said something about maybe some depressive thoughts or certain things like that. I don't know. I mean, I guess you guys talk and monitor your people.
Yeah, there was some paper or article that came out suggesting that, but that's been refuted in terms of it creating suicidal thoughts or having.
Really?
Yeah. It was a story that came out for like a minute, and then the drug manufacturers had a bunch of research saying that just wasn't the case.
And the bonus of this stuff, if you're on it for weight loss, so they call you guys up, it's $250 a month, and let's say they are 50, 60 pounds overweight. They can't get it covered by insurance for whatever reason. The other side to that is it will bring your sugar levels down as well, right? And I'm not saying you use it for that reason. You're prescribing it for weight loss, but honest to God, that's really originally what it was for. If your A1C
it was originally
is high.
a diabetic drug. That's correct.
So people will notice an A1C drop most likely.
For sure, that'll happen. In fact, if you don't have a diabetic problem and just a weight problem, although most people have both, but you can get hypoglycemic from it. You can. That's a side effect. To say there is no side effect would be would be false because there's some people get dizziness, constipation, headaches, fatigue.
What does the drug do? Tell us in your best way, in a something we can understand. Why does it work so well for weight loss?
Basically, what it does is it slows down your digestive process. And by doing that, it slows down the signal from your stomach to your brain telling you that you're hungry again. And so you wind up eating, you consume less calories because you just desire less calories because your body's not feeling the need for it. And then over time, that becomes part of how your body functions.
So you almost feel like after you ate a big dinner, or
and it goes right. It does have an amazing effect on the blood-brain barrier. So it goes to your brain, and is it considered a hormone?
No.
Okay. So it does go to your brain though to trigger. See, some people, Mark, they don't know when they're full. They just keep eating. I mean, they truly just keep eating, and this does help you put on that switch. It mimics, according to this, it mimics a hormone that stimulates the pancreas to produce more insulin to turn to. That's how it works with diabetics, and it helps you to reduce blood sugar. It does reduce cravings, but it does slow digestion, and then it tells you that you've had enough to eat. And look at. I don't think anyone who says it doesn't work. No one is disputing it works. What you hear mostly from critics is that it has side effects. That's what you mostly hear. But this is probably the least dangerous weight loss drug ever. I mean, do you remember Fen, for God's sake?
Yeah, I mean, we never
speed.
we never prescribe those drugs because they're dangerous. We don't prescribe speed to people. And another thing about getting this covered by insurance, even if you qualify for the criteria as a diabetic or as an obese person, you still can't get the drug because of the shortages of it, which is why we're able to have compounding pharmacies manufacture it and deliver it to our patients because there is a nationwide shortage of it.
By the way, denverregen.com. Randy, what's going on with you? What's happening? Randy? I guess Randy... we're trying to pull you up here, Randy. Are you there? Sorry,
hey,
Randy's not there.
Guess what I just signed up for?
Zero Res.
I did.
I know you are. 2 rooms, $49, man. That's their introductory special for today only, by the way. You don't have to have it done today, but you must call. And it's for sure, man. $49 for 2 rooms. You don't do better than that.
You can do it right on their website.
Oh, good. ZeroResDenver.com. That's 2 rooms, $49. Of course, you can have more done if you want. That's $49 for 2 rooms. Tomorrow's Valentine's Day, so it's a nice gift. Well, how about you?
That's why I got it. I got it for Suzanne.
Now, that would be good. That's ZeroResDenver.com. We have more coming right up. Sorry.
You're just a thoughtful husband.
Damn well. It's either, hey, she can do it herself or I'll have someone do it for her.
Well, okay.
What are you going to choose?
We have to stop this ad. We really have to stop it.
Let me hear it.
Troy sells more houses for more money.
I already had this argument. I don't even care about Troy Hansen.
Hanford.
I spent probably 45 minutes during the show on it one time, trying to get his ass on to prove that he sells more than
Who's
Frank.
the other one? The girl says she has like 1,000 buyers waiting or some shit like that. Gail or Gay. Gay has the buyers.
Gay something, yeah.
Gay has the buyer, yeah.
That damn Frank Duran. State Man.
Okay, guys. So Joe Ciano, certified financial planner, someone we use for advice on financing, on finances and investments. Joe, we were talking about safe investing and getting great returns, guaranteed returns, safety and all that. And I told you the other day, oh, Joe, people are so high on the stock market because it's doing so great. And then in the space of 24 hours, boom, guess what happens? Down again. See, The thing is, you can't depend on it. And that's why you recommend when it comes to something important like retirement, you need more guarantees.
That is right, Tom. You know, it's amazing. It's like a roller coaster. The stock market is nothing more than gambling. And, you know, you said it properly. It went really high and now it's down. You know, so people are not happy with that. They're tired of losing money. So if people have a 401k, you know, from a previous employer or a present employer, if they have an IRA, if they have a brokerage account or just a plain old savings account, you know, we want to help those people rescue their money away from the volatility of the stock market and put the money into safety. They're going to be getting, Tom, a bonus to make up for some of the losses that they could have suffered. They're going to get guaranteed growth. Listen to the word, guaranteed growth, without any worries about the stock market going down because it has nothing to do with the stock market, nothing at all. So you get guaranteed growth, guaranteed not to lose your money, your gains, or the bonus, and they're going to get a lifetime income for the rest of their life. And you know what? People really appreciate that. They want to be able to get a guaranteed paycheck each and every month for as long as they live. And on top of that, they get long-term care protection.
And Joe, can I talk to you directly if they call the number?
Oh, absolutely. They can call me at 303-779-6600. 303-779-6600.
Let me give that again. 303-779-6600. Hey, if you ever face a property catastrophe, a fire or a flood, maybe a fire in the neighborhood and you have ash or smoke damage, or you have a broken pipe, or let's say you have an asbestos contamination or black mold. Any of those things can be dealt with, but you better get the right company. Do you want to know why? Because there are a lot of clowns in this business. They come out and start sucking water out of a carpet. That's not restoration. Or they cover up mold, mildew, and they cover up asbestos. That's not restoration. Restoration is, first of all, mitigating the damage, stopping the damage, getting rid of the stuff, and then rebuilding. All of that. You need great people. Don't let your insurance company pick them because they pick clowns. I'm going to tell you that straight up. Get American Restoration 24/7. American Restoration 24/7. That's right. The EPA certifications, knowledge, know-how, insurance, and bonding to get the job done right. 8337-AM-REST. 8337-AM-REST. And when it comes to getting the right people, you want the right people when it comes to personal injury, or shall I say, the right person. Because John Fuller is one of the only ones I know that personally talks to you and before takes your case and goes through your case and also handles your case. He has pledged to take only the cases he can work personally. And you even get a cell phone number that you can call or text at any time. So if you're injured in an accident, call him right away. Find out what your rights are. Notice the difference. 303-597-4500. John Fuller, myaccidentlawyer.co. 303-597-4500.
What do you think? I don't think that's transparent at all. I added 2 rooms, so I'm going to get 4 rooms done for $200. But when I went there and hit the $49 special, and you go to book it, it says there's a minimum, so it automatically brings you up to $150, which is like, I think that's a little fucked up.
So the first 2 rooms are $49. What were the second 2?
Like $65 a piece, which is fine.
Well, why would they be $65 a piece?
I don't know, but I'm not arguing with that. What I'm saying is, if all you do is choose the 2 rooms, it's $150. It's not $49. That's what I'm saying.
Why is that?
Because there's a minimum. The minimum's $150. So if you don't spend the minimum, $49.
But what do you get for $150 is what I'm asking.
Well, in that case,
How
you
many
would
rooms?
get nothing. 2 rooms. Do you not listen to what I'm saying?
Hold on a second.
If you order 2 rooms, it's $49. But because it's under their minimum of $150, okay?
So if you
it costs $150.
No, I get it. If you go to the minimum, though, what do they throw in for the extra money? So
Nothing.
You're 49. Well, you're paying an extra $100. You must get something.
No, it says they bill you the difference and say minimum. You don't get anything additional.
But of course you would. What I'm saying is.
So I went back.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Now, Randy was on before. Is he there now or not? Is he actually there? Randy, you say you have a possible. Hi, Randy. What's going on, bro? What's happening?
Who am I talking with?
Tom Martino.
Okay, good. Do you remember my calls of a couple months ago?
Well, you just bring me up to speed here. I'll look for your call. Go ahead.
Okay, here's what happened. 2 years ago, I left Oklahoma City. I lived in Denver for about 30 years before that. 2 years, I've been living in Oklahoma City for 5 years. Bear with me because I scrambled my brain on the Greyhound floor on a vacation from Denver. I stayed about a week in Denver, visited old friends. Was coming back to home to Oklahoma City. I had a 2-hour layover in Albuquerque, and I ended up coming through the entrance door, and the rug flew up, or I tripped over it or something. But at any rate, they're negligent, and they've gone from $250,000 offer from Greyhound last Thursday night, and then I got a call.
Now, hold on a sec. You got an offer of $250,000 for personal injury?
Right.
And did that happen without an attorney?
No, that's the attorney, and that's the whole thing.
Well, hold on. What was the personal injury? Explain the personal injury to me.
Okay, it was a slip and fall. I walked in the Greyhound station, and the rug either came up from under me, or my boot tripped on.
Do you know how incredible? Let me tell you how incredible that is. Slips and falls are very difficult to collect on. So, did you have extraordinary medical bills?
They're enough. They're more than the 20 grand.
Well, hold on a second. Is that 250 plus medical bills, or is that just 250 straight?
He didn't specify, but he said specifically, would you take 250 million?
You mean thousand?
And
you mean
said,
250? Wait, Randy, 250,000, right?
Right.
Okay, you just said 250 million, so 250,000. Okay, so,
right.
And you said what?
Absolutely. I on the 250, I said I'm going to have to think about it. So you're going to have to give me a little more time to.
Randy, what is your annual income?
700. Count my retirement. I get 233 retirement and 734, I think. So it's.
And how old are you?
I am 64 years old.
Okay, 64. You have minimal income. What's your skill level?
11th grade is all I went to school.
Okay. And what were the injuries? Were they head injuries?
Yeah, primarily it scrambled my brains, and now I can't think straight.
No, I got it, man. I got it. So hold on. So this attorney, how did you find him or her?
Through Adam Oakey, who I saw on a Saturday morning telephone show.
Okay, fine.
Ago.
So you saw an advertisement. Got it. Okay, so what is the attorney proposing that he gets out of the 250?
A third. But Tom, that's not why I called you.
Okay, I was just curious about your settlement, but go ahead.
Yeah, but I am going to need help with that, and I'm also going to need protection. Here's what happened, and I'm just going to run it down briefly until I see you in person. That way I know that...
don't hold your breath. Hold on. Keep going.
Okay, here's the deal. There are several characters involved, and they're the same ones that have been ripping off wealthy older family.
Okay, so hold on. Are you afraid, Randy, that you're going to be a target after making this settlement?
No, not. Forget about the settlement. This is a different issue. Here's the issue that we're going to go put out in public. The same judge has been doing this going on the second decade, that ripping people off, and he stole 1.2 million approximately in a condominium behind Mississippi Chambers.
Randy, you're just talking. Hold on, you're not making sense. So let's go to this separate issue. Now, how did you become aware of this scam?
Oh, my sister tried to become my mom's guardian and conservator.
And what happened?
Okay, what happened was she filed it on January 7th, 2011.
Yeah, but just tell me.
Okay, I'm trying to, Tom.
Yeah, but you're not trying hard enough. Go ahead. How did you discover the scam?
Because they investigated my sister.
Who's they? Who's they investigated?
They meaning the court or the court's investigators from Arapahoe
Courts don't
County.
investigate people, so try again.
Well, I don't know who investigated, Tom.
Okay.
But
So
all
your
I know
sister,
is-
hold on, let me one step at a your sister tried to become the conservator for your dad.
Right.
And during this time, somebody investigated her.
Right.
Okay, and what happened?
They found out she had been stealing. The first round was $684,000.
Wait, they found
for my
out
dad.
that your sister has already been stealing?
Yeah, that was way long time ago.
How long ago did they find out she was stealing? Like, when did they make this determination she was stealing? Not when she stole, but when did they make the determination?
Sometime between the time my sister filed her petition.
When in time?
That was January 7th, 2011.
So in 2011, the courts determined that your sister was stealing from your dad.
Right.
Okay, then what?
And then they, when I say they...
And what did they do to her for stealing in 2011?
Absolutely nothing except...
All right, who actually found she was stealing? Were there any charges or anything?
Nothing yet.
Is there a court record?
Everything's been destroyed, Tom.
Okay, so hold on. So all I have, hold on now, is your word that in 2011, which was 23 or 4 years ago, they found your sister guilty of stealing from your dad, but there's no proof of it anywhere.
There is proof of it.
Where is it?
It's in Adams County District Court.
What kind of proof is there? Just tell me what the proof is. Go right to the proof.
Okay, the judge ordered my sister to repay the error.
Okay, is there, that's what I'm asking, is there a transcript of the judge saying you have to repay the money?
Yeah, my sister's already paid back $1,200 in 12 years or 13 years.
$1,200 of the $250,000.
Exactly.
Okay, now hold on one second. Before we go on, I'm not going to waste my time, Randy. I need a case number, and I need to see the transcript before we even waste any time.
I can give you a case number, but I called the clerk of the courts, and they looked it up and said there's never been any case filed under that case
Okay,
number.
Randy, then I can't help you, man. I can't. All I have is your word that there was a case, and even the courts don't acknowledge there was a case.
Yes, they do. The judge ordered my sister to pay
No,
back
you just told
$240,000.
me that if I look up the case, there is no such case.
This is a different county. This is Adams County for my dad. The Arapahoe County case with the crooked judge for a couple decades.
Okay.
That's
Randy,
the one they're covering
Randy,
up.
I got to go, bro. I can't help you, okay? I'm sorry, I can't help you.
No, don't be sorry because it's going to go national. Don't
Okay,
worry about it.
you
I'm trying
let
to
me know when it goes national. The best to you, okay? We'll see you.
It's Nutty Buddy Wednesday or Tuesday.
He should go live with that other lady.
Live with Susan.
God. No case. with those inflation numbers today, man. That's a big.
What's not going anywhere?
The stock market, it's just a shit day for
Good
it.
news, everything's on sale.
It's crazy, though, if you think about it. 17% in 3 years. And people can't buy a house. I mean, you know, these youngers, they can't buy a house anymore. They have no buying power with 7% interest rates.
Made in the Shade is the way to get window coverings. It's hassle-free. You call them, they come and measure. They have a design consultant suggest the right stuff for the right places, and then they come up with a price. If you want to go forward, they order and then have their in-house suppliers come and do everything. There's no do-it-yourself mistakes or mismeasurements. You're made in the shade. Look them up. denvershades.co, 720-458-6566. Frank Duran, the real estate man, the man that you want to give you an evaluation of your home to see what it will sell for. He'll give you an accurate assessment based on everything: the interest rates, the supply and demand, the neighborhood, the size and shape of your house, the condition of your house, and everything else. He'll tell you what you can clear. He'll tell you also what you can make clear and then apply to another house if you're looking to buy. Get that information all free of charge with no obligation. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622. Hey, we talked about window coverings. Let's talk about your floors. You know, floors are the first thing you notice. Let's face it. You walk in a home, you're on the floor. Whether it be luxury vinyl, planking, hardwoods, engineered floors of any kind, carpeting, whatever it is, you want Simply Floors Inc. if you're looking to upgrade, because they have the best, not only selection, they have great prices, great values, and the best installers in the business. They do it all. They'll come to you. Make your own appointment at simplyfloorsinc.com. Tell them what you're interested in. They'll bring you the samples. simplyfloorsinc.com. Everyone needs to get ready for retirement at some time. Whether you're 30, 60, or later, or earlier, you can go and talk to Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. They can help you plan for income, safety, growth, all of that. They have this unique philosophy that keeps your income going during retirement, because they have one bucket that's helping you grow, one bucket for safety, and one bucket for income. And they really know how to manipulate your savings, your investments, the advice they give you, along with insurances, to make sure you have a complete retirement. Remember, not one thing is a plan. They're just elements of a plan. Let them quarterback a plan for you. rpcenter.com. I am a client. rpcenter.com. 970-663-3211.
Okay, so you order 2 rooms. It's $49.
Yes.
You go to cash out. It adds $101 because a minimum.
Yeah, it sucks. They should say you need to pick at least this many rooms.
Yeah.
But even that is a misnomer, because if you want 2 rooms done, you can't get them done.
Yeah, so I did 4 rooms, and it brought it to 200.
2 rooms for $49 with an order of 150 or more.
Yeah. Our house is generally, if I do the whole house, I've dropped 900 and I've dropped 700 on carpet cleaning. Makes you want to go buy a van and
That's right.
start carpet cleaning.
I do have one of those commercial.
Do you?
The ones like you can rent it from Lowe's.
Yeah.
It's Bissell, I think.
A rug daddy or whatever they are. I've got a nice little one we use, but our animals now are all good. There's no accidents. But when it gets muddy out, man, it's really a pain in the ass with the dogs. God, we're almost down 700. Forget about 500.
I know.
The problem is that means interest rates are gonna they're not gonna be going down. Chief Justice calls for written response from special counsel in Trump's immunity dispute. Boy, that'll be a curious one. Boy, I'll tell you, man, people on the left will go ape shit if he's immune.
There's a Senate bill here in Colorado.
KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
All right, 303-713-8255. By the way, please remember this. You ever need help at troubleshooter.com. You can also call 303-MARTINO and leave a message at any time. We love helping people. That's what we do. But I want to know what's going on with Ray's fence. Is the problem with your fence or your neighbor's fence, Ray? What's going on, man?
You know, it's a bordering fence. I live in a cul-de-sac, and I'm in the center.
Got it.
So I border 4 different homes. And the south side of my home is no problem because about 3 years ago, my neighbor who lives behind me, young buck, so we did, over a weekend, we replaced it. But now I've got the west side and the north side where I've got 3 other homes.
Yeah, we've all been there, or most of us. So what's going on, though?
You know, the west side is about ready to fall down.
Have you talked to the neighbor and you both chip in and do it like you did with your other neighbor?
They're broke.
Well, I mean, there's not much you can do there.
Okay. So basically, you know, the people behind me on the west side where the fence is really problematic.
Yeah.
And then 2 neighbors on the north side. And I talked to them, too, about doing it. I got an estimate. You know, it's going to cost about $8,000 to do it all. And nobody has any money.
Well, there's not much you can do. I mean, how about put the fence up, at best try to get an IOU out of it, but because they can't afford to buy the fence, I have no idea. How would you force someone, a neighbor, when the fence is falling down, that's broke, to give you some money for the fence?
Now, how long has the fence been there?
You know what? I think it's pretty original. I bought the house in '94, okay? And
is it right on the line? Is it right on the line, Ray?
What do you mean by right on the line?
Really, his only issue is one neighbor on one side chipped in and they went out and they got the fence done. It looks great. The people behind him and on the other side of him either don't have money or don't want to chip in.
No, I get it. But what I need to know is the fence on the property line or is it on one side or the other?
And that's a good question, Tom.
Well, there's a reason I'm asking. Usually, if it's on the property line, it was put up by either the developer or it was put up by the homeowners with a joint fence agreement, usually. If it's on one side or the other with a setback, it was put up by the homeowner. But I'm just curious. But after all this time, it doesn't matter. What Mark said is exactly true. It's all negotiable. There's nothing that will make someone... There's nothing that can make someone pay for it. However, if there is, hold on, if there is a setback requirement, meaning that if you wanted to put up a new fence and there was a setback requirement and you went by that, you could then put up a fence and give them the ugly side because it's your fence. But what kind of fence is it? Split rail or what?
It's 6-foot privacy fence.
Okay, so how did you put it up where they chipped in? Did you go every other panel, front and back?
No, I didn't do that, Tom. I just...
well, who got the pretty side?
they have the pretty side.
So you gave your neighbors the flat side, and you took the side with the stringers.
Well, I didn't give it to them. That's just the way the house came.
No, I'm talking about where you had it replaced, and they chipped in.
I have not had it replaced. I was asking for them to chip in.
Oh, I thought, Mark, you said people
didn't
chip.
you do one side there was no problem with? You guys went out and fixed it.
On the south side, three years ago, I did it because my neighbor, he's a young buck, and he did the heavy lifting. Okay, I'm retired.
I'm just curious, on that one that you chipped in with another neighbor, which side faces whose property?
They get the clean side.
Okay.
Everybody gets the clean side all around me.
Okay, well, that's very nice of you. That's very nice of you. Don't give him the clean side if you're paying for it.
Hey, Ray, I just thought of something. Your HOA, I'm thinking back to Red Hawk.
I don't have an I don't have
cancel
an
that then.
Okay.
In Red
I'm
Hawk,
just
for
letting you
instance,
know.
we had to have a fence. So I wonder how that would have went down.
Well, it depends. The HOA would have had bylaws probably or covenants that spells it out.
Here's what I'm asking. Not to sound mean and spiteful, but you know what? To protect my two dogs, okay?
Yeah.
I've got pets, and of course, I'll never let them out without checking to make sure the fence line is good. What if I put in a chain link on the inside of the existing fence?
Yeah.
If
you're not, hold on. If you're not violating building or zoning, you can do it.
Yeah, I don't see a problem either because I'm not violated by that. I mean, I'm just, I'm not trying to be mean. I want to protect my dogs, okay? And, everybody's crying poor. I mean, all four of these people behind me, all right, they're all working stiffs, but they don't have any money,
Well, it is difficult right now.
Yeah, it really is. And I'm retired, and trust me, I understand. I understand.
So what
how tough
can
it
they
is out
do if
there.
they can't afford it? I mean, they really might be in a position where they can't afford it.
Yeah, I agree, Tom. I'm just stuck in a dilemma where I want.
Can you afford? Let me ask you: can you afford it on your own?
Yeah, I could do it.
Well,
I mean, you know what? It would be a bit of a strain, $8,000. But you know what? I've managed my finances well to where I can take care of an emergency. And here we have all these four other neighbors, working class people, and they don't have a dime, they tell me. They just said, we don't have the money. And I'm like, wow, I guess I'm a rarity. I don't know.
Well,
I don't mean to sound mean, but
you don't. You don't sound mean at all. It just sounds terrible.
Problem, and I want to protect my dogs. And
yeah,
I figure maybe if I can stick a chain link fence, which will cost me less,
Yep, I agree. Then you should do it. You're not under any obligation to please your neighbor. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Okay, Joel, on semaglutide, someone wants to know if they sign up. Is it month to month or do they have to commit?
We charge the first 2 months up front, and then it's month to month after that.
That you can't beat that. I mean,
yep.
And they get to talk to an MD?
Yes, they do.
Okay, so that's DenverRegen.com. They actually do have an MD available to talk to,
and you can do it by Zoom. You can do it anywhere in the country, for that matter, right?
Well, anywhere in the state.
Just
in
the
this state,
yeah.
because the doctor's licensed in this state, right?
Correct.
Got it.
All right. Jim, what's going on, Jim?
Hi. So back in October of 22, I paid a national steel building company $16,748 for a building.
16,000? Okay.
Yeah. Our home is actually in the Cameron Peak burn scar, and our barn burned down in the fire. I needed to get this paid for in full so that I could claim it with my insurance company.
Yeah,
So
it's too bad because metal building companies, most of them, if you want to know the truth, they're ripoffs. Hold on a second. We'll come right back to you.
So that call was from that woman, Nevaeh, that on the salvage title. She did go over to her car. She does have a disclosure document that it was a salvage.
Yeah, that's that then. It's over.
So she said, I realized nothing I can do. I said, well, it's good to double check.
What happened next was confusing to me, and I felt potentially intentional.
What?
I'm just reading a complaint on someone.
On me?
No.
About the woman?
I
About the
didn't say
nut?
he was very confused.
About the woman? Do you know who I call for plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, or drains? Fix It 24/7. That's because they come to my house and they're wondering, how do we fix the problem, make the customer happy, make the repairs last, and have a customer for life? And that's what I like. They're not thinking, what can we sell them? FixMyHome.com, the name says it all. Fix It 24/7. Now, listen, if you need a replacement, of course, they have it. Honest, fair pricing. But for $39, they'll assess any problem you have, give you a suggestion for the repairs. If you have it done, they waive the $39. FixMyHome.com. Red Rocks Roof and Solar, I love the way they do business. RedRocksRS.com. They'll come to your house. They do sales. They do installations, and then they'll do service and warranty work. They do it all. So you're never left hanging after a solar system like many companies do. They also, of course, have great alternatives for financing, grants, tax credits, even for bigger systems for making money by selling energy back. Check them out, redrocksrs.com, 303-704-2449. Everyone needs an estate plan. I don't care who you are. And when you consider it, you don't know what it's going to cost. So you can call Keelan Park and they'll tell you. That's right, a flat rate, depending on your estate and what you need. And they'll review all of your stuff free of charge and then give suggestions. You can do any part of it or all of it, and they'll charge you accordingly. The good part is it's a flat rate. You'll get it all done. Keel and Park. 970-818-8198. You want to pass on a business? They can do that too. You need a trust, which not only doles out what you have, but controls how your heirs spend it, even through their lives. Or you want a simple will. They can do it all. 970-818-8198. This metal building shit. They are just.
What are you talking about?
The metal building, man. I hate metal building companies.
Let me ask you your opinion. I put a water heater in on Sunday. Got it all hooked up.
On your own?
Yeah,
What did it cost you?
700,
What size?
40.
Okay.
So I got it all hooked up. The regulator was stuck. Couldn't push it in.
On a brand new one?
Yeah.
What kind was it?
A.O. Smith.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, they have warranties, obviously, but.
Well, I brought it back to Lowe's.
Oh.
And they gave me another one.
Oh, shit, though. You had to go through all of that.
So I'm thinking, there were no managers there yesterday when I went back, and I didn't have time because I wanted hot water. So I'm thinking, should they discount it?
Well, I mean.
It's really not their fault.
No, but at the same time, yeah, I mean, a professional plumber, I don't know what they would have done. They would have eaten it, obviously. So, look, it's not their fault, but maybe as a courtesy, they would have.
I think I'm going to go in and talk to him anyway.
Texas deputies killed a woman, five shots, and she was a house guest, mistook her as an intruder. And obviously she has to be black. My God, how stupid can you be? Did they kill a black woman who was a guest? Jesus Christ.
That's insane.
You got to ask the question.
What is God, what is that guy's name? Matt? I think it's Matt. It is Matt.
Do you know when I look at Biden, he, honest to God, looks demented. I mean, he looks like one of these guys that escaped from the old age home.
Who?
Biden.
Oh, God, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable how bad he looks. Huh, why wasn't that coming up? Oh, maybe it's Matthew? Son of a bitch.
Rate in America, and why is Jenna Griswold going out of her way to undermine confidence in our elections? Join me at 4.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So Jim says he put $16,000 down on a metal building. Is that right? Jim, a 16 grand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And who did it? Was 16 grand in payment in full, by the way?
That is correct. It was $16,748.60. I needed to pay it in full up front so that I could turn it in before the deadline.
Yeah, I understand the reasoning. It's still not a good reason to ever pay up front. But anyway, so what? Well, I mean, there's other ways to do it. So this was October of 2022. We're past a year and a half. So what's going on?
So when I talked to the salesperson, we came to an
And
agreement
who is the
on-
company?
I'm not sure I really want to say that at this point.
All right. They don't sound like a stellar company to me, but go ahead. So well, then what happened?
So we agreed on what size building. We talked about windows and doors and all of that. I told him, okay, I live 3 miles in off the paved road back in the mountains. You can't send this by semi.
Wait. Have you called before?
No.
No, it's a similar problem we always
God,
say.
it's crazy. And
So
now they want to charge. They're saying they can't deliver it.
No. What are they saying right now? What's the latest?
So what they're saying right now is that prices on steel have gone up dramatically, and I'm going to have to pay another $5,000 to get my building.
Well,
And
what does
they're
the
gonna-
contract say?
The contract says that I've paid in full. And so what they're saying is that I did not sign the design finalization. Well,
Hold on. What does that mean? It said you paid in full, and how does the design finalization change things? Did they say it's not a done contract?
yeah, that's what they're saying.
So is it or isn't it? I mean, we got to get a legal opinion on this. Did you get a legal opinion?
I have not. I just wanted to start with you. And
Okay,
and
so you got to tell me something. Does it say anywhere that this is? Did they sign the contract, first of all?
Yes.
Why did they sign it if you didn't finish the design? And what's included? What's included in the design?
The whole building. I've got the architectural renderings here, but they're saying that I never signed off on those. My understanding was that we had a deal. I paid them in full.
What's that?
I've got the description of the building.
Wait. You didn't sign it?
They're saying I signed this initial contract when I paid them the full amount.
Got it.
They're saying there was another document called the design finalization that I should have signed within 30 days.
Wait. How do you know you should have signed it within 30 days?
That's my question.
Well, hold on. I mean, you just said that. Does it say that that was required to be signed within 30 days?
I don't see that anywhere.
Okay.
That's what they're saying, and that's why I didn't ever get my building.
But hold on. But wait a minute. If you didn't sign the other document, then they have to say to you, if it's not a contract, you can get your 16.7 back. Is that true or not?
That's what I'm trying to do now.
No, Jim, I'm asking, they can't have it both ways. They can't possibly say you paid for a building even though you didn't have a contract, we're going to keep it. Or they're going to say you're going to pay $5,000 more. If they're going to try to charge you $5,000 more, they got to give you an out. I mean, what if it was going to be $100,000 more, for God's sakes? They can't do that. Now, come on, man, you need to get an attorney on this. Are they saying they're going to keep, I need to know, because I hate doing this unless I have accurate information. Are they saying either pay the $5,000 more or lose your $16,700?
I have to either pay $5,000 more to get the building, or they will refund $6,000 of the $16,000. So
why only $6,000?
They say that we had a contract for the building and that they paid commissions, they paid architects, all of this stuff.
Well, no, they said you had a contract. Then if you had a contract, then you have a contract for 16.7. They can't have it both ways, Bill.
Yeah, it's Jim, but yeah.
I'm sorry, Jim. I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong line here, Jim. So, Jim, they can't have it both ways. So you need an attorney to get this done, or we need to call him, but you don't want to give us the name. So you decide what you want to do and get back to us. Kachina, see what he wants to do, okay? I mean, I'd love to call this clown company and find out what the hell they're doing. It sounds like a big ripoff to me. I would like for him to send us everything he's got if he wants us to help him. I'd like to see all of the contracts. But it sounds like this company's saying it both ways. You have a contract, you can't get out of it, we're going to penalize you. Then they're saying, well, you don't have a contract, we can raise the price $5,000. Now, I'm sure somewhere in that paperwork, an attorney's going to find something that says they're wrong. Because that sounds totally unconscionable to me. 303-713-8255. More coming up.
Cold weather is here. Is your furnace ready? Plumbline can get it ready.
I think they're trying to tell him that because he didn't sign off on the design, that gives them
They don't have a contract.
I know.
Either they have a contract or they don't.
For the price.
Well, if they didn't sign off on the design, then he said they paid architects. What they pay architects for if there's no design?
Yeah, they're full of shit. Is what
It's somebody in front of a CAD.
It's not even in front of a CAD. They have measurements. They don't have a design.
No. Anyway, Valencia, they had a fire.
Right.
November 3rd.
Right. So what's happening?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Everyone's got to get together and do a class action suit.
Well.
Wait, you'd be suing yourselves. It's the HOA.
And the HOA is suing the management company. The management company is suing the insurance company. It's a fucking mess.
Well, I guess what's going on with the building itself, though?
Well, they're saying that it's
What's going on with the
asbestos
mortgages?
spill.
Oh, okay.
Well, there's going to be a lot of foreclosures. But I got Matt Stanford on it. He said it's going to be at least 5 years.
Oh, shit. He might be going to my house today. God damn, I'm glad you just said that. Holy shit. Holy foley. Oh, my God, he is. Let me call him. I didn't think I'd be here today. I didn't realize till last minute that you were coming in.
Oh, Sue's told you, because Sue's told me I need to come in for.
Yeah.
Yeah, back in the day, that Club Valencia was gonna happen in spot.
Well, I can see it. I mean, well, supposedly it was a nudist colony.
Oh, I know.
And that's why it's round. I mean, the courtyard in the middle is really nice. And they're all one-bedroom apartments. I guess there's a couple penthouses up on the third floor, but other than that, they're all one-bedrooms.
It was a nudist colony?
That's what I've been
yeah,
told.
nice
and
pool and
no one's ever disputed it. Because it's completely round.
Are they right?
So then you have the courtyard in the middle.
He gave me the name of
what's
the
the
guy.
name of the company?
Armstrong Steel.
Oh, we've had Armstrong before.
Yeah, they're just like the General. They're the same shit.
Okay, hold on. To Armstrong Steel. Now listen, is he needs to send us all the documentation.
Yeah, I already
Yeah, I want
having
him
him
to
do that.
I want him to do it. They can't have it both ways, bro. I mean, and let's see if we can get a legal opinion from somebody, but let's look at it first.
Well, I do have Brad O'Brien coming on at 1:15.
Okay.
So do you want to just have him hold and? Okay. But in the meantime, let me give you his number. It's Jim.
White House says Biden is sharp.
970
Sharp like a butter.
970.
481.
So is
427.
Kareem jumped.
And I'm in the midst of getting all of his information from
Right.
him too, and I'll forward you that email when I get it.
Okay.
Okay.
Perfecto.
You guys should get some good action today there, Doc.
Yeah, we've been getting a lot of leads.
Dumb, shameful, dangerous. Man, I am so glad you said that about Matt. Is he, did you hire him?
Yeah. But he says, there's not a whole lot we can. Well, I finally got my delineation report. He says, we could probably, he said, there's probably enough in here to just convince the insurance company that it's more or less total. But my concern then is, okay, my insurance company pays me for studs in. Then in 5 years, when there's a settlement, am I just pissing that away?
I don't know. It's a good question. I always wondered this, man. How about if you live in California on one of those cliffs, and seriously, the entire house and property crumbles into the ocean? There's no place to rebuild because your property's gone. I mean, I understand you'll get the money for the structure, but
You won't get the money for the structure.
well, usually you will. Usually you will in a circumstance like that, but it still doesn't matter because that structure is only X amount of dollars. The reason the whole property was so expensive is if you live on a beautiful oceanfront cliff.
Yeah.
You just get enough to build that home somewhere. Big deal. I mean, that lot's worth more than the damn home.
Yeah, I mean, with all these landslides and floods that have happened out there, like earth movement is excluded. in
Yeah,
those
you're
policies. So you're screwed.
Yeah. Those fires too, those were crazy, man. 95% of people, maybe it was 98, underinsured. That is such a massive
I
number.
mean, that's the same thing here. It's the same thing everywhere, especially
Yeah,
now with the
I mean,
costs of building.
majority of people are underinsured.
I reshot mine right after those fires, and they brought up my dwelling over $500,000. I was $500,000 underinsured.
Yeah.
Did you read the?
I already sent it out. Don't fuck with it. Don't
What
get
is it?
involved. I read the whole thing. They're just upset that they came out and fixed it.
Well, what did they fix for that? Do you know?
They determined what the problem was, which was Excel was not feeding power to half their box. I don't know how that's possible, but that's what they determined. And then they called up Excel and got Excel to come out and fix it. And they charged the person $600, and they're upset that it was $600.
But they did diagnostics, right?
Yeah. I mean, they'll do some. I already sent it off.
Customer service, Matt's got it. And I copy Bob Logan, so something will be done.
But what she wants is just so stupid. She's like, I called 3 other places, and they all said it would cost $49 to do what they do. When people start making those arguments, that's where they lose me. I'm not saying 600 is not excessive. I find it excessive. But to say that there's
it depends
no
on
value.
it depends on what they did for their diagnostics. I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's the thing. But hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. What's going on in your mind? Let's talk. Now, earlier we had a problem with, and I'll go back to the metal building when we get someone on about that, but earlier we had a problem with Susan. And my God, it was a weird one. Susan says her neighbor, listen to this one. She says her neighbor placed her computer at the front window and she constantly stares out the window while she works. When Susan complained, the neighbor put a film over the front window. Now Susan can't tell whether the neighbor is staring or not, but the situation still bothers her because she feels like the neighbor is still staring. Susan claims the neighbor is devaluing her home because of it. Susan also says the neighbor's yard is cluttered. Now I said, Susan, how do we solve this? And she says, well, she needs to move her computer. And I said, well, how would you even know since there's a film over the window and you can't see in? She said, well, I don't know. And I said, what if she told you she moved the computer to the back where you want it, even though you don't have any right to tell her where to put her computer? And she said she would sneak and she really wouldn't do it. I said, so what? Do you want the right to go inspect to make sure she moved her computer? So behind that film, you don't have a woman staring out? I mean, this is sounding insane to me. And then, but here's what's really insane is that this woman says that the city told her it would be illegal if there wasn't a sidewalk out there for her to look at. Jesus, where is this woman coming from? Another planet? Bill's got a comment on this. Go ahead, Bill. Only on the Martino Show. Go ahead, Bill. What's your comment?
I tell her tough luck. I got a lot of time. I got a lot of free time, and normally I sit outside. But when the weather's not nice, I sit in the front of the house where I got big windows. The curtains are open.
You better not look out your front window.
And my neighbors are my entertainment.
You better not.
And if they don't like it, tough luck. They can crawl. They can move around at night. I'll watch. I'll do whatever I want to do. They're not going to tell me I can't sit there and watch them. I mean, come on.
Well, it was creepy. We zoomed in on it off the Google. In fact, if you go to YouTube and you can look during the third hour break.
Yeah, the third hour it was on.
Yeah, you can actually see the woman in the neighbor. Think about that. What are the odds that Google car was going by at the same time it took the picture? And there she is staring out the window. Go to youtube.com, type in Troubleshooter Network, look at the third hour. It's an incredible thing to see.
So Jim put down some money, and I want to get our attorney on about this. This sounds crazy, and I want Deputy Dollar to look into it. Jim claims he paid in full for a building, and it says paid in full. And he said that...
I want to see the contract.
Yeah, me too. And you got to send that to us, Jim, before, like right now. Did you send it to us, Jim?
I certainly will.
Like, send it now, because we need our attorney to look at it. I want to look at it. But in any case, here's what it says. I mean, they said, according to Jim, signed a contract but didn't complete the design specifications. Jim, What is on the design, by the way? I'm curious, this additional document they wanted. What's on it?
I don't know. So they called it a design finalization document.
Okay. All right. Now, so listen. They said you didn't sign that, so therefore you didn't have a solid contract. Is that right?
So what they told me today was that the original cost of the building was $20,000. That I got a rebate for $3,350, but I had to sign that design finalization document within 30 days. I don't remember that, and I haven't found it in any of my emails. So
well, it doesn't matter. It's not in the contract, is it?
There is a line for rebate, but I have
and
not
does
found
it
where-
say on the line for rebate? Does it say the original price was $20,000?
Yes.
And does it say under the rebate or near the rebate or around the rebate or under the rebate that in order to get the rebate you have to do something else?
No, not that I have found.
So they're saying that rebate was contingent on you signing the other thing.
Right, the design finalization document.
But you don't see that requirement anywhere.
No. But here's the thing. This was 16 months ago. So let's say that it did say I have to do that. I can't dispute it one way or the other. But the problem is now we're 16 months away and I still don't have my building. They want an extra $5,000.
Well, hold on. Because you never signed it. So they didn't know what to do. No, you're not going to get out of it that way. If it says that you were supposed to do that to get the rebate, you were supposed to do that to get the rebate. Now you have a separate issue on delivery, but that's after you sign the design thing, not before.
Okay, but if at this point I can't afford another $5,000, I want my money back, and they're going to penalize me $10,000.
Well, I don't know. Again, it's a matter of contract. Is that specified anywhere? You see, I have a feeling, Jim, I'm going to see all of this spelled out in writing.
Okay, I'll scan it in and email it to you here in just a couple of minutes.
Thank you very much. Listen, I don't like metal buildings, metal manufacturer or metal building dealers. I don't like them at all.
There's one on the referral list I like. I used them. I bought the building from them. You just have to know. The most important part is understand there's no windows, there's no doors, there's no knobs, there's no insulation. It is a bunch of metal pieces that they put together. And if you think the building's $16,000, if you're actually building a foundation, you could easily have $15,000 to $40,000.
Many times when they quote a building, they're not quoting windows and doors.
They're not quoting anything. They're quoting the bare bones building. That's it.
Without any overhang sometimes, too.
That's correct. And then, depending on the pitch you want on the roof, that can massively change the price. And they have all those stupid things where they call you up and, you call them up and say, hey, I'm looking for a 26 by 58. And guess what? They always happen to have one in the back, right? I mean, like they always have a building your exact size ready to go because someone canceled it. They're very, very
misleading.
They're horrible people
now,
in general.
That's right. That's the come on. We just happen to have a cancellation of that size, and you can get it. So, Mark, what was it about Cleary we found one time we were really pissed at?
I can't believe what they did because for a while I don't remember any
Cleary
issues
wasn't a
with
bad
them.
company for a long time.
No, so they sold this guy a building, whatever it was. They go out to deliver it, and they said our truck can't get up there. And I don't know. We never saw the road. I have no idea. But they wouldn't give him a refund. They wouldn't do anything. They simply couldn't bring the building and build it where his lot was. But according to the caller, the sales guy went up there with him and said it would be no problem. So he was told it'd be no problem getting it up there, putting it together. But sure enough, it was a problem. They couldn't get it up to the site. So they screwed him out of, I want to say, $10,000.
303-713-TALK, 713-8255. What's that? Oh, you do?
our values and the way we
Well, thanks for coming in, man.
You out of here, bro?
Yeah, I got a 2:00 meeting I gotta make.
Have fun.
Gotta prepare for a deposition on a public adjusting case.
Eesh.
So, it's still a marshal fire.
God, there's so many of those people.
I have 3 of them still pending that I'm about to get deposed on for the public adjusting.
Made in the shade is what you want to do when it comes to your window coverings. Why? Because they come and measure everything. They have a design consultant that can help you pick the right stuff. Then when they get that together, they come up with a price. If you give the go-ahead, they order the stuff, take delivery, and have their in-house installers do the entire job. You have everything guaranteed in writing, including the manufacturer's guarantees. So it's a way to really make window coverings a one-stop shop with Made in the Shade. Give them a call. You will not be disappointed. 720-458-6566. Renew Home Innovations will help you when it comes to your beautiful bathroom. They will take that ugly shower tub combo, get rid of it, and put in a beautiful rectangle shower with glass panels in the front and no shower doors needed, no step overs, no thresholds to walk or stumble over. It's smooth for, especially if you're elderly or disabled, and then also perimeter drains, grab bars, soap dishes, benches, however you want it. It's custom made. And you have 72 months to pay with no interest. 303-904-2000. 303-904-2000. I thought I made my dental appointment for right afterwards. It's at 3.
Oh, my God.
I know. Shit. Fuck, shit.
Let's see here. Nope, I don't see any attempt. So where are you saying it's not working? God, I'm so glad you mentioned that, dude.
What? What?
Paragon.
Did you
I
get hold of them?
totally forgot Shemansky and
What about? Forgot what?
I totally forgot I had a meeting at my house with Shemansky and
Today?
Yeah.
What time?
3 o'clock. Who's Shemansky and I'm losing it here, Matt. Saying worst day in 11 months on the stock market.
Yeah. Yeah, March.
Worst day in 11 months.
They said since March, which would be 11 months.
That's crazy.
What is it down right now?
500.
It's been
750.
750.
I want to see what we're doing.
It's crazy. You know what's that? It's so bad. That number for inflation is so bad. It's so fucking bad. God, who would have? We got so used to the cost of money so low. You know, I'm pulling in that account 5.5% just
In how many months? 11 months?
Yeah, just money sitting there.
What's that?
In that Schwab account, they give you almost 5.5% just for your cash sitting.
No, I
there.
know.
It's fucking crazy.
But you know what I hate about that?
That's what we
You
do
have
in
to-
between trades.
You have to transfer it in and out. Like if you sell a stock.
Yeah, it's like buying it's just like buying a stock or
Yeah.
a fund. You are basically buying a fund.
That's true.
In Schwab.
But yeah, we had a Discover and a what was the other one? Oh, American Express. They were paying like 4.5.
Yeah.
We said, well, shit, just put it in Schwab.
Yeah, just move it. It just takes a minute to set the account up. The other thing I was thinking, I haven't done this, but I've got an Amex offer that is free money for basically 6 months, whatever amount I want. I mean, to a degree. I went, shit, man, I wonder if I should do that. Just take
I
100,000, whatever, and you don't owe a nickel for 6 months. Meanwhile, you're making 5% off their money.
Well, why wouldn't you do that?
I don't know. I don't know why I'm not doing it. I don't know why.
I want to do it.
Just your credit. Look at your offers under Capital One. They have offers too. In fact, they might even have.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK,
More like
713.
troublemaker after that. What
well,
was
you think
that?
I did it. I didn't do it. Did I do it? Oh, my gosh. I don't know. They let me out today. 303-713-TALK. We have Brad O'Brien with us. Brad, I have some crazy stuff today. I hope you don't mind crazy every now and then. With real estate, you must get crazy, right?
Well, I see all kinds of different things.
All right. Well, here's one. There's a woman who says that her neighbor moved her computer to the front window and stares out the window constantly when she's working from home. And she doesn't like it. So Susan complained, and the neighbor put a film up over the window so you can't see in or out. Now Susan says while she can't see her, she's convinced she's still there. And she said that it bothers her and also is devaluing her home.
And the city of Denver has looked into it, and because she has a sidewalk
in the
there's
front,
nothing they can do.
Yeah, I don't think anyone ever said that. But here's what I want. And that was the silly part, but I wanted it brought up a question that is not so silly that I really wanted to ask you about. Susan said she's devaluing my home. She has a junky backyard. She's staring out the front window, or we think she is, and blah, blah, blah. So let's forget about Susan right now. I wanted to ask you a question. Are there times a neighbor could do something so egregious that you could see possibly a lawsuit brought by a neighbor for devaluing their property?
Well, you're talking about a nuisance claim.
Something probably, huh?
And nuisance claims could have damages that cost you money, so one way or another. It's a hard claim to bring and a hard claim to prove, but theoretically, there could be.
Okay, theoretically, yeah. Okay, now there was a real case one time, and everyone picked up on it, and we got a complaint. This guy had his house for sale, and as soon as it went up for sale and showings were scheduled, the neighbor, I guess he didn't like this neighbor or something, the neighbor put up a sign, a big banner saying, "We play rock and roll music 24 hours, or we party all night, and we played loud music, and we like whatever and ever," and just boisterous sign and music. Now, it almost, well, I don't think it's almost, it was done intentionally right when this guy listed his house. Is there any egregious behavior that's actionable like that?
No, it falls under First Amendment speech. But if was in a HOA community, HOA communities have covenants against signs in your yard, except for like political signs during the season.
But otherwise, it's just freedom of speech and expression if you're not breaking any laws. It's just tough luck.
Yep.
Wow. Have you, okay, then the next thing, we wonder, this guy signed, we don't have a copy of the contract. We were hoping to have it by the time you came on. Do we have it yet, Kachina? Did he send it to us? No. Well, okay. This guy is saying that he paid in full for a metal building, and in the contract, it showed a full price of $20,000, and it showed a rebate of a certain amount, bringing the price down to $14,000 or $16,000, whatever. And he paid that in full. And now he's saying they're withdrawing the rebate. I know what you're going to tell me. It's a matter of contract. They're saying he didn't do something specifically correctly by not submitting a design form. And therefore, they're going to keep all of his money except for $6,000. When it comes to deposits and the amount people take and keep, is it a matter of contract, 100% a matter of contract? Or is there anything to be said about conscionability if you can show that, hey, man, there's no reason for them to keep $10,000? Does that ever happen, reasonableness, or is it all a matter of contract, black and white?
Well, both things are true. A written contract has control and is enforceable unless there's some reason why it wouldn't be. Unconscionability is a potential reason why a contract wouldn't be enforceable, and you have to see some pretty extreme facts.
It would have to be pretty extreme for it to be not enforceable, right?
Yeah, something is typically not enforceable because it's against public policy.
Okay, in other words, like any reasonable person would think, oh my God, this is crazy, right? Something like that.
Yeah.
And we always hear about this, Brad, but what's the reality of prevailing with unconscionability? Have you seen it? I mean, you study enough common law and look for precedents in your cases. Is it a rare thing?
Yeah, it's very rare. The times when you might have an argument are where you have lopsided negotiating power, where it's what they call a contract of adhesion, because one side is so powerful in negotiating position versus the other that it's not really a contract at all.
Okay, but those are they're extremely rare as far as that goes.
Yeah, sure. Yep.
All right. Well, Brad, thank you very much for coming on. Brad O'Brien, olslaw.com. For anything real estate, 720-370-7388. Jim, are you going to get us a copy of that contract or not, bro?
Yeah, I just sent it about 3 minutes ago.
Okay, good. Look for that, Kachina. We'll take a look at that. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I'm going to go look at that contract and see if we can see any outs for this guy coming right up.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Colorado State Patrol.
Over on the west end of town, I-70 eastbound delays continue before Wadsworth Boulevard. An accident investigation blocking 2 left lanes has stop and go back from 44th and Ward Road. We're seeing a 35-minute delay. This one may be around for a while as police and crews work on this crash. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through the Denver Metro. On the south end, no complaints. 225 north and southbound through the Tech Center. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies. Mild temperatures out there today. Highs in the low 50s. Overnight low of 25. Tomorrow high 54. The current temperature in Denver is 52 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Running late? Delayed by unexpected traffic? Or tempted to keep up with other drivers racing by you? Take a deep breath and drive the speed limit anyway. Your Colorado State Troopers want to remind you that nothing is worth a crash. Keep your cool.
You know what I really, really love is when people call and they've done the right thing on a used car. They had it checked out and decided not to buy it. or they had it checked out and they're not hit by any surprises when something does go wrong. Sheridan Auto Tech does pre-purchase exams on used cars, and they do a lot more. They'll do regular maintenance and repairs on your cars, even the ones under warranty. They'll keep records for you. And what you need to do is trust them for all your heavy and light maintenance, repairs, also electrical issues. SheridanAutotech.com. 303-455-7242. Simply Floors, Inc. You can trust them for all your flooring needs, whether they be luxury vinyl planking, carpeting, hardwood floors, engineered floors. It's all from Proximity Mills, great pricing. And no job is too small. They love to talk to you. You can drop by 52nd and Ward or 470 in Quebec, or you can just make your own appointment. They'll come to you with what you're interested in, and that's Simply Floored Inc., INC, simplyflooredinc.com.
Hey, it's Rick Lewis. Hurt in a wreck? Need a check? There's only one choice. That's my friends over at Lerner & Rowe.
I'm Glenn Lerner. When you want more money, you need the experience of one of America's largest injury firms.
I'm Kevin Rowe. And with over 400 legal professionals, there's almost nothing we haven't seen in the last 30-plus years.
Make one call, that's all, to Lerner & Rowe. In a wreck and need a check.
In a wreck and need a check.
Call Lerner & Rowe. Those guys are great. Call 303-333-8888.
You need to move. Is this the year you're finally ready to upgrade to your dream home? A brand new construction? That dream can quickly turn into a nightmare with construction delays and ever-changing move-in dates. With Orchard's Move First, Sell Later, you can stay in your old home until your brand new home is move-in ready. Then Orchard handles every detail of selling your old home. They orchestrate listing prep, showings, and even price-boosting upgrades without you even lifting a finger. And unlike those lowball home buying businesses, you never have to choose between a fast sale and getting top dollar for your old home. Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program really is the hassle-free way to buy a new construction home before you sell your old home. Make 2024 the year you finally buy your brand new home. Visit Orchard.com for your free home valuation and get ready to be delighted to learn how much your home is really worth. That's Orchard.com, the smartest way to buy new construction. Orchard.com.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery, and we have something important to share. Your health is your ultimate MVP, and I know staying fit is not always easy. That's why I made the smart move to invest in home fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. No more commuting to the gym. Now I work out with my family at home. Imagine this, no more wasting time in traffic, no more crowded gyms. With the right equipment at home, you can train like a pro whenever it suits you. And here's the touchdown play, get your family involved.
Start your new year off right. Save 20 to 40% off any True treadmill, elliptical, or exercise bike.
I have a True treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. You never regret buying quality. You always regret when you don't. It's a new year. It's time to work on a new you. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Fitness Gallery is Colorado owned and operated for over 25 years. Visit one of our 7 locations or go to fitnessgallery.com.
People who suffer from arthritis are getting real pain relief with exciting biologic therapies at QC Kinetics.
The success rate is there, and there's no better way to treat yourself when it comes to dealing with pain.
Meet Tyler Vale, co-founder of QC Kinetics, who says they can't cure arthritis, but they can treat the pain.
If you think of the tide coming in and out on the beach and what it does, it erodes the sand, right? Can't stop the tide, but eventually when the sand or the beach gets bad enough, and we backfill that beach with sand so that we get generations of enjoyment with that beach.
I don't see where that is. That's a good point. Yeah.
But he lost that rebate. Those guys are assholes. They don't even tell him. They email him saying, hey.
But he only lost as you the rebate.
Now for your free consultation. Learn more about how restorative biologic therapies can get you real.
He said they were going to hold everything except for $6,000.
No. He says to get the building done, he has to pay another $5,000.
$6,000.
I thought he said 5.
He said 5.
Oh, I thought
he said 5. But he said they're only going to give him.
I know.
$6,000
all but
back.
$6,000.
Oh, that's where the 6 came from. Yeah.
But that is later on in the. They're two separate.
Income radio show Sundays at 7 a.m. or 3 p.m.
Hi, Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. Okay, we do have Jim back, and Jim, we looked at the agreement. I have one quick question, okay?
Yes, sir.
It says you're getting a rebate, and they say you lost the rebate. Is that right? That's their whole contention for raising the price, right?
No, they're also saying to get the building now, steel prices have gone up significantly, and it will cost me at least $5,000 to get the building today. At this point, I'm really done with them.
You're really not done with them, because this does say, listen carefully, I'm not giving you legal advice. I want you to see an attorney. But for what I read, that rebate, you said there's nothing in there about the design. Did you not just read what you signed? It says you had to have that design submitted in 30 days or you lose the rebate. You didn't see that.
I did not.
Okay, it's in there. It's in there. You had to have it submitted in 30 days or you lose the rebate. But here's what I don't understand. Even if you lost the rebate, that would bring the price up $3,349. It would raise the price by $3,349.72. I don't understand where in this contract it allows them to increase the price. Now, if they're going to say we can increase the price because this is now null and void, if they're calling the contract null and void, well, then it's null and void. It's either null and void or not. They can't have it both ways. In other words, if they're going to invoke the contract, they would have to sell it to you at $3,349 more, not $5,000 more, $3,349 more. Okay? But that's not what they're doing. They're saying it's $5,000 more. That's the part I don't understand. Nor do I completely trust you, because you told us it had nothing in here about that. And also, in another part, it says nothing you pay is refundable at all. So here's the point. They probably could enforce this contract with an additional $3,300. They probably can. I don't see where they get the $5,000 from. Are you sure they said $5,000?
They said at least $5,000 due to the increase in steel prices.
No, I get it. Yeah. But did they say it was going to be an increase of $5,000 plus the rebate?
Yes. No, they did not say that. It sounds like the $5,000 would include the loss of the rebate.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I don't see where they can do this. Now, it does say here, though, it's understood and agreed that because business transactions are conducted electronically, Armstrong Steel, in order to blah, 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 they're saying buyer grants Armstrong Steel the authority to take electronic entries. This authority shall remain, blah, blah, blah. This ACH payment authorization will be used as a guarantee, and it's understood that you're paying for products and services that are non-refundable, non-revocable, non-contestable. So that's where they get to keep all of your money if you defaulted, okay? You're going to need to get an attorney. I'm serious.
Okay.
You could end up losing everything.
But if you don't want the building, I mean, I don't even know what the attorney, they're going to be able to keep his deposit. Simple as that.
It looks like it. It looks like it. I think the best an attorney could do, in my opinion, not a legal one, the best an attorney can do is get you the building without the rebate. That's what I think the best they can do. But that's only going to save you a couple grand.
Right.
But Jim, if you agreed to all of this, when did they say delivery could be made?
I had told them I wasn't in a hurry for the building.
No, I'm asking you, though, if you went ahead and agreed to the additional price, I'm not saying you will, but if you did, when would they be able to do the building?
He gave me the impression it'd be a couple of months.
Okay. Well, listen, man, I don't know. This is a complicated deal. And by the way, I hate metal building companies. I have not. Well, there's one good one, halfway decent one, but Mark, they still deal the same way, don't they? As far as, I don't mean dishonestly.
He's really upfront.
I don't mean dishonestly, but does he disclose all the prices up front?
Yeah, he makes sure you know what you're getting. But he also sits down when you're building it and helps you pick out the windows and then gives you a price of everything.
Okay. Because Armstrong and the rest of them, to be honest with you, I can't stand any of them because they all come on with the same low jargon, add. Look, that doesn't help you. But you need to get an attorney or you could risk losing everything. So they did offer you everything but $6,000, right?
So they're going to keep $10,000 and they would refund $6,000.
Yeah.
Or the 6,748.60.
Now, what is this building for? Is it you're replacing a building?
Yeah, I was part of the Cameron Peak fire, and we lost our barn. We don't have livestock anymore, but I still need a utility building for storage.
Yeah. Well, have you ever even considered taking their offer for a refund?
Yeah, that's why I'm calling you. I don't know whether.
Well, talk to an attorney first. I would.
Okay.
And
you any referrals?
I was going to say Brad O'Brien, but I want to tell you something. This is not so much real estate. I mean, it really isn't real estate. It's a buy-sell agreement. It's a purchase agreement. It could be equipment. It could be anything. There's no real estate here. So I don't know who to get for this.
I wouldn't be too sure that they wouldn't take the additional $3,300 because you didn't get the rebate or didn't qualify for it and deliver the building. I'd find it hard to believe they wouldn't do that.
But you're not willing to pay $3,300 more, are you?
I don't have it.
Yeah, and an attorney's going to run him at least that, man. You
don't have it?
I just went through 6 months of cancer treatments at $3,000 a month, and
oh my goodness,
on a fixed income. So,
golly, and they wouldn't move at all. These people.
No, they told me that this was a much better deal than they normally see.
Of course they did. Deputy Dollar, let's just talk to him. I mean, we're not expecting miracles, but let's just talk to him. Did they know you went through cancer treatment?
Yep.
Okay. Although, as you know, that's not a factor, but.
No.
Yeah. All right. How are you doing health-wise?
Awesome.
That's good, man.
Yeah, incredible medical team, super people, and I'm on the other side.
I'm curious why it was $3,000 a month out of pocket or whatever amount you said. Why is that?
Well, I was on radiation and I was on an antigen medication that was $9,000.
Yeah, but so are you on Medicare?
Right.
And that was a copay on Medicare?
Yeah, it's a special drug. It was not the normal drug. I chose it.
So is it not covered? Not covered by Medicare?
Yes, it was. But I had to pay 30%.
Yeah, he was saying it's $9,000. He had to pay 30%, $3,000.
You don't have a supplement then?
Yeah, I have an Advantage plan.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Advantage plans are only for very few.
But there's still,
people.
Let's say it was you.
Yeah.
And I know you have the supplements, but if it's something that's not covered, like what he's talking about, you would probably still have to come out of pocket.
If it's not covered.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't say it wasn't covered. He said he had to pay 30%. I don't have to pay 30%. I mean, yeah. But I pay a lot more per month probably than he does. But look, you get what you pay for. Now, listen, Jim, what kind of cancer, Jim?
It was prostate. It was second time around advanced prostate. I had my prostate out 3 years ago, and then it came back in other organs.
Wow.
But, it was my choice to go with the more expensive drug.
No, man, I know. And good for you, man. Look, I would at least consult an attorney. I'm going to have Deputy Dollar call them to see if we can strike any kind of a deal.
And Scott, try to figure out how they can possibly charge them more than the 33.
Yeah, I know you guys were looking at the
Slowdowns continue over on the west.
but make sure that Kelly sends that to me.
This is our gain today since prior close.
Wow.
1.9, 1.39, 18,000.
I never realized how valuable my military, medical.
The VA stuff?
Yeah. Well, not even the VA. I mean,
how old are you?
63.
It's TRICARE, right?
TRICARE.
Yeah.
And then when you go to, my wife she's on Medicare, and so TRICARE pays whatever Medicare doesn't pay.
That's cool.
Hey, if you're looking for the best prices ever on water heaters, you want EuroPlumbingColorado.net. You'll never get one cheaper, less expensive, or the same quality for the same price ever. A 40-gallon tank, $13.99 fully installed. A 50-gallon tank, $14.99. That's right, $13.99 and $14.99. And any size you want, they'll beat any price. In fact, they challenge you to put them to the test for any plumbing cost. They will be lower. EuroPlumbingColorado.net, 303-668-6844. Red Rocks Roof and Solar, they love doing solar. They love doing a guaranteed activation date. So they tell you when it'll be up and running and pumping out your savings. And if not, they'll pay you for the power it should be producing. And by the way, they can also show you how to get grants and loans and also, of course, all of your tax credits. And they do everything from the sales, installation, and service. RedRocksRS.com, a company you can trust in the solar business. That's 303-704-2449. Yeah, you know what? I like O'Brien Legal Services, and he is the one that you would call for real estate problems. You just heard him on the show. He is our expert, O'BrienLegalServices.com, OLSLaw.com, 720-370-7388. Hey, how did you find Red Rocks? They're fucking awesome. I mean,
she reached out to me.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. And how about Euro? I mean, those are two awesome companies.
Yeah, he reached out to me.
Wow. Man, RKC, I'm getting a lot of good fucking emails about him.
Who?
RKC. A lot of
I need something to build his list.
I know it.
Is that the new...
Even a fucking picture. I mean, anything. I got nothing.
Is that the new car mechanic?
Ramondo.
Yeah.
People love that guy.
It sounds like a guy that makes pizzas.
He's a nice guy.
Ramondo.
Ramondo. Tortillas. I love having great companies. God, I hate when you have problems. Just ain't worth it.
What's that?
When people, I don't know, like even good company. I hate when we have companies that get a lot of complaints. Now we don't get a lot. When you think about what we do, we don't get a lot of complaints. But I love the ones that get no complaints.
That's very.
I mean, the ones that
That's
where
almost
people
nobody.
just. No. Euro and
Frank's the only one that I know. Now I've had complaints on Euro.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like price? Can't be.
I've had a couple where it's not. Well, it is price because they'll go out there and they don't have the
Fresh.
exhaust system yet.
Okay. Well.
So they're like, yeah, but you guys said $13.99 for everything. Or one guy complained because they're stupid complaints, but they're complaints. So the one guy complained that the tankless costs more. I mean, how do you argue with that? It's like that one with Plumline now. I don't know how it's like, I don't know.
I hear a lot of people complain about Plumline and Applewood.
Plumline, Applewood fix it. It's always pricing too. And every single time that customer knows what they're paying before they start work with all three of them. I'll tell you who got rid of that issues. I have not had a complaint on them in so long. Patriot. Every one of their techs, and they've grown quite a bit. Every tech wears a camera all the time. Every interaction is recorded with the customer when it comes to the pricing and the explanation and everything.
What do they do?
HVAC, plumbing, heating, cooling, electric. Every single interaction when it comes to the pricing. So if they complain later, they literally have a video. They're like, here, I'm explaining every single thing to you, and you agree to it.
That's all it takes.
Yeah. And the big one, of course, is the elderly, and then their kids find out. Like, they spent $6,000 on a water heater, and they just go apeshit. That's when you see, oh, Home Depot's got it for $599.
Lowe's has it for $700.
Yeah.
Has what?
Water heater.
Then you want to grab their kid and go, well, okay, why didn't you go to Lowe's, buy one, and go over to your old man's house and install it? I mean, what is this?
Hey, Tom Martino here. Jason? What's going on, Jason?
Hey, Tom.
What's happening, bro?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, so I called back about 2 months ago. I'm not going to give you the long version, but called you back about I bought a vehicle, a cargo van from AutoNation, and I got the most expensive platinum warranty they had. It was almost $4,000. And
wait, this was a 2015 Chevy van?
Yes. It had 42,000 miles when I bought it.
And you bought an ultimate warranty for $1,900?
I think I paid $1,900 for it. Yes, but it's worth $4,000. So it was, in other words, it was a big warranty.
And a few months later, the AC had trouble, and they said they vacuumed leaves out of the blower motor. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so
Yeah,
where do you stand right now with this problem?
Well, I finally found an AutoNation after a year and a half. Even their attorney called me and told me, don't take it back up there anymore, even though it was under warranty. And I finally found an AutoNation that would fix it up on North Broadway. And they were really nice to me. They said they'd go ahead and make me a priority. They kept it for 6 weeks. They said it wasn't the blower motor, it was a modulator. Then that was covered under the warranty, and so they changed out the modulator. It wasn't the modulator, it was something else. And so they kept going deeper and deeper and deeper. And they tore out everything, the whole dash, everything. And now, like my car key doesn't work and all that. Like, they really messed up some stuff, but none of that really matters right now. What matters is that I was working at a restaurant because this is my work vehicle for my painting company, and so I wasn't able to work. I wasn't able to make money. And so I ended up working at a restaurant, and it took me about another 4 or 5 weeks to save up money from the restaurant to pay to get the vehicle out.
Wait a minute.
So
Wait. Paid to get the vehicle out. I thought this was under warranty.
I had about $2,500 worth of other work done also.
Okay, keep going. Go ahead.
So anyway, I got the vehicle out about 10 days ago, 2 weeks maybe, and it's doing the same thing. And I just can't call and yell at them anymore, or it's just, I can't call them anymore. I need to take action somehow, and I don't know who else to call.
Well, here's the problem, man. Okay, you bought this used, right? And you bought it with this warranty. You bought it with this warranty. The warranty, they still have to fix it under warranty. Is it an AutoNation warranty?
Yes, it was but the GM dealership covers the warranty also. So it's like
I hate to tell you this, man, but if you have a warranty, you had another $2,500 worth of work done, right? Now, was that work done right?
That work was done right, yes. It was just some other maintenance stuff that I wanted taken care of while it was there. But the warranty work that they fixed under the warranty was not fixed right.
Okay, so you still have a warranty problem.
That is correct.
Okay. Damn it. I mean, you're going to have to find... what is it that it's doing?
Well, so when you turn the air conditioner on, it's like 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And the first one and the second one and the third one went completely out. So the only way I could talk to people on the phone would be to turn it all the way off and then turn it all the way on whenever I'm driving. I couldn't turn it on like the first 3 levels. And they kept going out one by one until they all finally went out.
Well, then it's still under warranty. It's still under warranty. Did you call them back? Did you at least call them back and say, hey, you didn't fix it correctly?
I called them twice today, but it's always somebody in Texas. You never can really get a hold of anybody there. It's just really complicated to call them. You leave messages. I called the district manager almost 40 times in the past year. Now,
what if you went back to a different, I know this sounds crazy, but what if you went to a different AutoNation and...
I don't know where that would be. I went to all of them, from here to Boulder, North
How many
Broadway,
different ones did you go to?
Maybe 4.
And each one of them took a stab at it?
No. One of them told me they didn't have anybody with the expertise to work on it.
All right.
One I bought it from said they
okay.
weren't going to do
Okay,
it.
I'm going to tell you what you need to do. You're going to need to get, you're going to have to do what I say. If you need our help, I'll try to help you. I can't guarantee it.
Absolutely.
You need an independent analysis from people who work on the air conditioning. You need to get an independent that we know and trust to troubleshoot it and tell you what's wrong and how much it'll cost. And then we take AutoNation to small claims court. I'm telling you, that's what we do.
I'm willing to do that. I just didn't want to do it myself because I
All right,
know,
hold on.
Like a mechanic. Right?
Does Kevin work on air conditionings? Okay. I want you to give this to Kevin Calkin Kachina. Hold on, all right, bro? We're going to get you in touch with them. Well, thank you, Common Man Paul, for being here. Feel free to come back anytime. We liked having you. And don't forget, folks, 303 Martino for problems and help.
Follow Tom Martino. Stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. Leland Conway is next on Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Bigger is not always better. With car accidents, I don't want a giant firm where I'm just a number. That's why I use John Fuller as my accident lawyer on my radio show. I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino, and I know you don't want to be just a number either. So call John Fuller, and you'll notice the difference right away. John handles each and every case personally. You get his personal cell phone number and attention. Let my accident lawyer be your accident lawyer at myaccidentlawyer.co for Colorado. myaccidentlawyer.co. Get free evaluation of your case, and if you choose Fuller Law, you only pay a small fee when you win. John believes each and every client is important, not just the giant cases. He knows you need answers, you need advice, you need action. Don't wait in line. myaccidentlawyer.co, where you're not just a number. 303-597-4500. 597-4500. myaccidentlawyer.co.
Are you struggling with vision loss as you get older? Do you have a child who is blind or losing their vision? Are you a blind person wondering how you'll succeed in school, at work, or as a parent? We can help. The National Federation of the Blind knows that blindness doesn't have to keep you from living the life you want. We invite you to learn more about us and how we can help at nfb.org. The National Federation of the Blind. Live the life you want.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeartRadio station. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free. Never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. The Pentagon announcing Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin is expected to depart Walter Reed later today following hospitalization to treat a bladder issue. Austin's hospitalization was the third since his diagnosis of prostate cancer last December. President Biden calling on House Leader Mike Johnson to take up a vote on the Senate-passed foreign aid package for critical aid to Ukraine, Israel, Gaza, and Taiwan.
Republicans and Democrats in the Senate came together to send a message of unity to the world. It's time for the House Republicans to do the same thing, to pass this bill immediately, to stand for decency, stand for democracy, to stand up to a so-called leader hell-bent on weakening American security.
An earlier comprehensive measure in the Senate that included border funding was voted down by Republicans due to opposition from former President Trump. A fast-moving snowstorm in the Northeast today leading to school closures and some 1,200 flight cancellations. This is ABC News. Members of the Association of Flight Attendants are on the picket lines in airports around the country today, including Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport in Atlanta. Flight attendants are demanding pay increases and better working conditions. Tomorrow is Valentine's Day, and over $2.5 billion will be spent on flowers alone. But ABC's Jim Ryan has a word of caution.
Some flowers can be hazardous to pets. Lilies, daffodils, tulips, and daisies all are toxic to dogs and cats if they're eaten. Water drunk from a vase of lilies can throw a cat into kidney failure. A chain of pet clinics in Great Britain saw a 60% rise in flower-related emergencies last February.
A woman from New Jersey breaking down a major league glass ceiling. Umpire Jen Powell set to work her first MLB spring training game next week. In regular season, she'll be in AAA. That's just one step away from the majors. I'm Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
The city of Boulder has installed 2 new red light enforcement cameras at high-traffic intersections. The cameras are located at the intersections of Canyon Boulevard and 15th Street and 28th Street and J Road. A third pre-existing camera at Broadway and Pine will soon be activated as well. City officials say speeding and running red lights are 2 of the most common causes of fatal crashes in Boulder, and the new cameras aim to reduce the amount of crashes. Speed enforcement scheduled to begin March 15th, while red light enforcement scheduled to begin April 1st. Above average temperatures this week along the Front Range before snow moves in on Friday.
Temperatures today in the low 50s with a good amount of sun to go around. That wind stays pretty light. Overnight, partly cloudy down to the mid-20s. And then same thing for Wednesday and Thursday. Lots of sunshine and then a quick round of snow and a cool down coming in for Friday. As of right now, not much in the way of accumulation expected.
That's Fox 31 meteorologist Kylie Burse. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Spa Palace.
Slowdowns continue over on the west end of town. I-70 eastbound before Wadsworth. An accident investigation blocks 2 left lanes with slow driving back from Kipling. Looks like this one is finally starting to alleviate. We were seeing major delays only a few minutes ago, but it does look like highway speeds should be returning within the next 10 minutes or so. I-25 northbound into downtown, some usual slowdowns between 6th and Colfax. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, sunny skies out there today, a mild one with a high of 53 degrees, overnight low of 25. Tomorrow, sunny with a high of 54. The current temperature in Denver is 53 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
For your spa needs, shop a brand you can trust from friends you can trust at Spa Palace. Spa Palace is your local jacuzzi and Sundance spa dealer, the most trusted name in hot tubs. Spa Palace is the trusted source for all your hot tub and swim spa needs for 40 years. Visit spapalace.com for locations.
There are endless options for hair restoration in Denver. But how about a simple solution that's guaranteed to work? It's an easy one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. That's what you get with world-renowned advanced hair restoration. Address years of thinning, receding, or balding and get your confidence back. With advanced hair, you get confidence going into your treatment too, as they guarantee that your new hair is going to grow. Advanced Hair is home to the best medical staff and technology in hair restoration anywhere, changing tens of thousands of lives. So schedule your free consultation